to take a trip back in time.
Are you ready to get into your time machine?
Are you ready? Let's go.
Any good drama has its share of heroes and villains, twists and turns. But sometimes what really shakes up the story is a new stage, a change in scenery. Tonight, the most compelling drama in sports now lives in the city of angels. And with it, perhaps, a shift. Suddenly, a best of 7 is a best of 5. The next act of the drama is set to begin. It's the Fall Classic. The Toronto Blue Jays and the Los Angeles Dodgers. Game 3 of the World Series starts now on Fox.
Welcome to a play-by-play guy's worst nightmare, having to follow Morgan Freeman, whose new film, Now You See Me, Now You Don't, is in theaters on November 14th. Beautiful Dodger Stadium in Los Angeles. 70 degrees, ready for first pitch. Dodgers looking for back-to-back titles. In a stadium that is ready to host its 30th World Series game. Only Fenway Park among still standing ballparks has hosted more. By the time this week is finished, they'll be within one game of what Fenway Park has done in the Fall Classic. 11-4 Blue Jays in Game 1, 5-1 Dodgers in Game 2. When the series is tied at 1, the Game 3 winner goes on to win the series 70% of the time. And the Dodgers have put the ball in the hand of Tyler Glasnow. They got this dominant starting rotation. He's got the most eye-popping power stuff of the bunch.
He does. 6'8", downhill with the power fastball, curveball, slider, and I think that sinker will come into play as well, as he will throw those 4 pitches, but he gets downhill. He creates that illusion of that fastball up, and then the breaking ball right off of it is tough to hit.
The lineup that'll face off with here in Game 3 will won in Game 2. They didn't have a base runner after the 3rd inning. And this offense that has been very up and down tries to get things kick-started again. I know you've talked about umpires being important in this matchup. Mark Wegner is a very hitter-friendly plate umpire.
Yeah, not so great for the pitchers, because the top of the zone is going to be the theme for each pitcher. They like to throw their fastball up and work off of that. And I think for the Toronto Blue Jays, if they take their walks, they'll have a chance to compete against a pitcher who just doesn't give up many hits.
Well, there's been a lot of talk about George Springer making his return to Dodger Stadium. Of course, he is a hero in Toronto, but he is a villain here in Los Angeles. The 17 Astros World Series marred by the sign-stealing scandal. He was one of the faces of that as the MVP. 3 of his 5 home runs came here at Dodger Stadium. No player has ever homered in 4 consecutive games in the World Series in a single ballpark. This is in 2017. And 5 of the 23 that he's hit in the postseason, that is 3rd all-time. Manny Ramirez, his 17 teammate Jose Altuve, and then George Springer, who has been awesome for these Blue Jays this postseason.
Well, the biggest thing he's going to be facing, I would think, is that first pitch fastball up. He dominates right-handers this year, and he's really good middle to top of the zone. So great challenge for each pitcher in the first inning with the top of the lineup.
Yeah, the Dodger Stadium crowd lets them know they have not forgotten. .460 with a home run against Tyler Glasnow in his career. Series tied at 1. Off we go in Game 3. With a breaking pitch and a strike.
That's respect for exactly what I just said. The fact that he can throw that breaking ball for a strike, don't expect that to continue, because he wants them chasing that breaking ball top to bottom below the zone.
Throws another. It's respect, and it's been the plan for the Dodgers throughout this series. As Tom Verducci was talking about, the Dodgers have only thrown 40% fastballs. Interesting to see. Tyler Glasnow typically loves his fastballs. Does he shift? His 1-1 to Springer is a fastball that's hit foul, and it's 1-2.
Well, because we'll be able to show you where the ball comes out of his hand and where his front foot lands, it's so far downhill. One of the longest extensions. The hitters don't have that much time, because they talk all the time about perceived velocity. Well, when you have extension like that, you have real less time.
He blazes a fastball by him to strike him out with 98. That with that extension feels like 101.
Exactly. And he's going to be very, very energized with, what, 11 days off, I think. And that's going to add to the fastball. And early on, this extension right here, look where he's stepping. 7'4", somewhere in that range of extension, which is about a hitter's nightmare.
Freak of an athlete. Tyler Glasnow comes home to Nathan Lucas. First pitch fastball, fly down the line. Hernandez is over, tiptoeing near the sidewall. He's got room. 6 feet 8 inches. Hitters said that it feels like he's releasing the ball right in front of their face.
Yeah, and this is all out of the stretch. So 7'6". I short-changed him 2 inches there, and you see where Max Scherzer is going to be a little bit different because of his release point. But you get downhill on that. The one good thing when you pitch against a guy like Glasnow is you don't have to worry about his landing spot because you're not getting it.
That's true, right? You dig your hole.
You dig your own.
How about this matchup here? It's the power stuff of Glasnow against as locked in of a hitter as there is.
Yeah, the harder you throw, really the easier it is for Guerrero. He's not a max swing effort guy where he's going to launch up and swing up. He's going to make contact, hit line drives, and hard contact.
As Vlad goes, so go the Blue Jays. Chops this one foul. And here's his look. It's Tyler Glasnow.
I mean, it's just so far out there, and at 6'8", you have a leverage to be able to do that because you've got longer legs. But
brings the 1-1 to Guerrero. It's popped to right. Teoscar Hernandez waits on it, and Tyler Glasnow's got an 8-pitch first inning. Dodgers come to bat against Max Scherzer. When you come back.
Page again here, 13 years later. I'm tickled. I'm so happy. I'm fortunate. You know, people pitching 4 World Series. This is what you dream of when you're a kid, to be able to have these type of moments and opportunities. So just want to go out there and do my thing.
Never gets old for Max Scherzer, never gets old watching him either. His 5th World Series start with the Tigers in 2012, won it all with the Nationals and the Texas Rangers, and tries to join Koufax and Jim Palmer as the only guys to win 3 Cy Youngs and 3 World Series.
well, the big thing to watch is he's a glove side command fastball, and if he's not too amped up and pulling his fastball, there's the breakdown. He's going to live with that fastball, kind of an upshoot, create backspin with the 4-seam, and then if he's got a secondary stuff, he'll keep the Dodgers off balance.
Ohtani leads it off and lifts the first pitch foul. We start this game with a 3-time Cy Young Award winner facing off with a 3-time MVP. That's only happened 1 time in World Series history when Pedro faced A-Rod in the 2009 Fall Classic. Scherzer's home with an 0-1. Ohtani rips it down the line. It is a fair ball. And it's a double for Ohtani to start this game. Well, they've been waiting for him to get going. He had the huge clinching game of the championship series, relatively quiet outside of that.
Yeah, he's been kind of in one zone of the strike zone, and this was one of them. And what he's been doing with that pitch is leaving the yard. He hasn't been getting a lot of hits other than leaving the yard. So a good sign for the Dodgers. And this breaking ball sits there right there where he's been loving it. The first inning for Max Scherzer is big for any pitcher facing the Dodgers, but more important for him because of the adrenaline and keeping it scoreless.
Mookie Betts takes the ball, and when he really struggled in September, the first inning was the biggest issue. He had a 13 ERA this season in the first inning and gave up 25 runs over his final 25 innings of the regular year. His 1-0 to Betts is fouled off. You happen to just be picking up on where Max Scherzer is at this stage of his career. This was the worst year of his career. So bad that he wasn't even on the division series roster with the longer series in the CS. He gets the ball for game 4. Got his first win in 2 months. His first win in the postseason in 6 years. Betts lays off ball 2. I know you talk about health being obviously a big deal, but especially for him in the way that he rips his pitches.
Yeah, his neck and upper trap is so important because he does come down. He has the real good mechanics of his legs getting downhill, but it's the head action at the end that really helps him finish his pitches.
He had 3 weeks off going into that championship series start and looked fresh, and he's got 10 days off here.
And that right there is the sign for me. If he's not pulling that pitch, and when I say pulling, you kind of yank it left, meaning you want to go outside to the right-handed hitter, but if you pull it, it's a non-competitive pitch. So he's staying pretty true to his heartbeat right now.
Person and chance for Betts in the Dodgers. 2-2 is a fastball. 96. Pop down the line. Barger back at first. Now comes on. Still coming. And gets there. Well, it looked like that wasn't a sure thing, but Barger covers a lot of ground to get Betts for the first out. Gives us a chance to take a look at the rest of this Dodger batting lineup. Freddie Freeman's headed to the plate now. In the heart of the order, it's Will Smith, who is the hero in Game 2. Max Muncy went deep as well. Teoscar Hernandez still looking for his first hit of this Fall Classic. Edmund Hernandez and Pages round things out. Dave Roberts sticking with Andy Pages.
This at-bat would be interesting for me to watch as well. And some of those matchups prior, he tried to get the ball elevated up on Freddie. And I would think Freddie's got to be ready to hit a fastball up. He's one of the best low ball hitters. He can hit balls outside the zone and inside the zone with his unique style. Hasn't really got on track, but a high fastball would get him going if he gets on top of it.
Starts him with a cutter. Signs for Freddie Freeman in Game 2. He had a double, came in to score their first run, and he also had his hardest hit ball of the postseason that landed in the glove of Dalton Varsho on the warning track. Reigning World Series MVP. Swings and misses, back-to-back cutters.
Yeah, trying to get the ball in and up to him, and that opens up if he's going to throw his changeup. When Max is on his game, his changeup goes the other way, his cutter goes into a lefty, and then he can cover both sides of the plate.
Ooh. That was a high fastball, and it was popped up. On the left side for Ernie Clement. There is out number 2. Hard by Google Cloud. Ohtani actually has hit the ball at a higher hard hit rate in the postseason, just been less contact. Mookie Betts has a home run against Max Scherzer, and Freddie Freeman, last year's MVP, still trying to get things going.
Well, that's exactly when Freddie Freeman's connected, he's not going to miss too many pitches like that. But right now, that's where you go. Where you don't go to Will Smith is inside the plate. You got to go way inside to get him out off the plate.
Well, they kept on attacking him with fastballs the other night. He finally got one. Kevin Gausman had retired 17 in a row when Smith came up in a tie game in the 7th inning and corked his first home run of the postseason to break the tie. Scherzer trying to pitch around the leadoff double. Here's his 0-1. Spins it in there. Strike 2.
Caught him by surprise there with a ball in the middle of the zone. You would think with a guy with his hands that high, he would love the ball up, but he's so good down, and obviously having such a great year with the average at 300 or plus almost the entire year.
2 strikes. This is where Scherzer loved his curveball against Seattle last week. Buries one right here. That was a slider again. 27 2-strike pitches against Seattle. Only 2 of them were in the strike zone, and you know the Dodgers noticed that.
Well, and they're a much different hitter team than the Seattle. Seattle struck out a lot. They were kind of feast or famine, and Max exposed them with that same thing you just said. I don't think he can do that with but a couple hitters in the Dodgers lineup will expand the zone that bad.
Go from one of the most aggressive groups in Seattle to the most patient here in LA. The 1-2 to Smith is in the dirt, checks his swing, and it's 2-2. The Dodgers have won in this postseason, even though the offense has not really done it. The starting pitching has been so good that it's papered over the problem with the bullpen. It's papered over the underperforming offense, and has them within 3 games of a second consecutive title. On 2-2, Smith lays off the high heat, and the count goes full.
This is a perfect example of why Will Smith is so good. He doesn't expand the zone. He got the 2 strikes really soon, and now it's a neutral count, 3-2 again. And I expect a lot of that from the Dodgers hitters because Max is going to try to make a lot of perfect pitches against this team.
Max Muncy waits on deck. Ohtani still at second after starting this inning with a double. The payoff. Fastball is popped foul. Will do it again.
So now after throwing that pitch right there, and slow speed him up, he can throw the slider off that height if he wants to, knowing there's a base open, knowing maybe he can entice Will Smith to expand it just a little bit.
Like you said, just don't miss with it. Against the Dodger catcher. 3-2. Breaking pitch, and he made a good one to strike him out. It was that curveball that he rode against Seattle, and he uses it to finish off this first inning. Gets around the leadoff double, and after an inning, no score. Prizes. See the Fox Sports app for details as Bo Bichette leads off the second for the Blue Jays and takes ball one from Tyler Glasnow. So Bichette's back in the lineup. Game one of this World Series was his first action since September 6th. When he injured his knee, he had a hit and a walk in that game. He came off of the bench in game two. John Schneider was saying we don't want to run him into the ground. When normally a guy misses that much time, he's going to have rehab games where he plays a couple innings at a time and builds up. So a more measured approach bringing him back here. Can't lay off. 2-1.
I would imagine would have the day off tomorrow and then back in there against Blake Snell.
And they'll get whatever they can out of the guy that was second in the majors with a .311 average this year. And even though he missed the last month, he had 94 RBIs. That was the most on the team by 10. Even on a team that has Guerrero, Kirk hitting in the middle of the lineup. It was Bichette that was their best run producer.
Well, he still has the approach at the plate where he's trying to launch and hit hard early, and then he goes into a two-strike approach later with 2 strikes on him. Right now it should be a hard swing.
It's a line drive base hit to center field. Bichette with the first hit of the day for the Blue Jays. It leads off the second.
Well, what's interesting about Glasnow, as hard as he is to hit, he is. There's not a lot of chase. Hitters don't swing. They're one of the lowest swing percentages against him, mainly because a lot of his fastballs are up and out of the zone, which creates a lot of walks. But if he gets ahead of you, then you get the chase and that follow-up of that curveball.
Yeah, so he came on the air talking about how he's the hardest guy in the league to get a hit against, but you mentioned the walks, the highest walk rate in the National League. Downstairs with the first one, the Dalton Varsho. Can the Blue Jays be patient enough to exploit that? Because this is a really aggressive team.
It is an aggressive team, but you can already see right now that any fastball they get close to the zone they're swinging, they're kind of laying off the breaking ball when it's starting in the middle of the plate because they know it's going to break down.
These Blue Jays have just put pressure on pitchers from the jump throughout this postseason. Leadoff man on again right here. 2-1 on Varsho.
Fastballs up is what a lot of the pitchers been trying to go to Varsho. But if you don't get it up above his hands, then he can hit it hard and find a gap on you.
Hobart in the first game of this World Series, 0 for 4 in game 2. On a 2-1, Varsho takes it high, ball 3. Glasnow's falling behind both guys in this inning, 3-1.
Same thing here. He's going to be looking for a pitch middle to middle in, right down the middle where he'll let it go. Otherwise, he can get to a 3-2 count.
First, oh boy. Everybody's confused. Varsho's still in his spot. Bichette's wandered off of the base, and he's out. He thought it was ball 4. I think we all thought it was ball 4. But the home plate umpire, Mark Wegner, said strike 2, and so that was a live ball. Bichette is out, 1 away.
I tell you what. I mean, it's a ball, and everybody knows it. And that's a late call on a 3-1 pitch up. And even the hitter didn't realize that he had made it because it was such a subtle call. That's a bad break for the Blue Jays and Bichette. And
I wonder what led him to second guess that because he was hanging in there at first.
It's just a late strike 2 call is what it was.
And then he didn't hear him?
Yeah, and it was soft.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it was so late that his calls, I don't know, we haven't seen enough of them to track to see how long it takes him.
See, he stops like he hears it, and then it's as if he sees or hears something else and tosses the bat.
Well, I think he saw Bichette walking off.
Wow. 3-2 again, and another foul. A couple base running errors in the first game of this World Series. And, man, hard to know exactly who to pin this one on. They're both guys guilty. Another payoff pitch coming from Glasnow to Varsho. Takes ball 4. And so Varsho's on, but yeah, he's sitting there thinking this should be a big inning mounting.
You got a perfect storm here. You got the hitter seeing the runner. Look, it's a ball, but he called it a strike. Okay, and now you see the hitter, and then he looks and goes, well, it's got to be a ball because there goes the runner. And it was like in slow motion. Everyone realized a little too late, and he goes, wait, where are you going? And Bichette was in no man's land, thinking it was ball 4.
Alejandro Kirk slaps a base hit down the right field line. Teoscar Hernandez over to cut it off. Varsho's at third, and the Blue Jays are in business, but at the same time asking what if.
Yeah, and I'll tell you one thing that it's kind of I want to clear up one thing because pitchers pitch differently after something happens, and so you know you got the out, so you're going to pitch differently even in this situation. Obviously, if it's first and third, you're not going to pitch sometimes the same way. So it does circumstantially, yeah, it would be a different inning if that was ball 4 and there was runners on first and second.
Addison Barger trying to take advantage of the Blue Jays' first chance in game 3. First pitch breaking ball that he goes after, fouls it off. But a pinch hit grand slam in game 1 and was 0 for 3 in game 2.
That was the best pitch he's probably going to get all at bat, to hit a fly ball, unless there's another mistake with the breaking ball, because that was up, and the spin of a breaking ball and the swing of Barger promotes fly balls, which would get at least 1 run in.
Guy they call Bam Bam swings so hard. Another good pitch right there. It's 0-2. Well, you're talking about this off of the top. The Blue Jays, a lot of traffic. And typically when they get the traffic, they cash in on it. 393 in this World Series with men on base.
Now, if I'm Glasnow, I'm going a higher than high fastball and see if I can get lucky with a swing, because you know he's still thinking about hitting the ball in the air. He's seen 2 breaking balls in a row, and his processor, his mind is trying to think, where's he going to go now? If he sees spin, it'll be easier to recognize, but still the 2 strikes, defensive count. I would throw a high fastball at 98 above his hands.
Glasnow's been the best 2-strike pitcher in baseball this year. Here he comes. It is a fastball to finish him off. You guys are on the same wavelength right now. Big strikeout, 2 away.
Now this is just great pitching here once you got the 2 strikes. And this is earlier in the reaction of what probably was ball 4, but Clement, first pitch swinging, and based on what Glasnow's been doing, he's been throwing a first pitch curveball to anybody he thinks is going to jump on first pitch.
This guy can hit it from his nose to his toes too. And Clement, it's a curve, it's lined to center. Pages comes on, makes the catch. The Blue Jays somehow don't score in this inning. Single walk, single to start it, nothing to show for it. Tonight's telecast is sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Step up to the plate for savings. Max Scherzer's got 8 all-star selections in his career. He's been a Cy Young Award winner 3 times, trying to get his 3rd ring with the Toronto Blue Jays here in his 18th Major League year. His 5th World Series start tonight, and it's a treat for all of us that we get to watch Mad Max in World Series theater. Faces another Max here, Max Muncy, who lifts the first pitch that he sees into shallow right field. For Addison Barger, and the first out on 1 pitch.
Well, for Max Scherzer, anytime he can get outs in 2 pitches or less, that is huge against the Dodger team that really works the count. Especially Max Muncy came out and probably had a plan saying, you know what, I'm gonna swing at that first pitch, and you got to do that sometimes to change the scouting report.
Well, if there's one guy that typically doesn't make you work as hard, it's this next guy coming here in Teoscar Hernandez, who can get you with a home run, but it's been more strikeouts than that lately. 0 for 7, 5 Ks so far. Due to the golden sombrero in game 2. And with the way he typically takes on an emotional journey, it probably means he's going to hit 2 home runs tonight. The up and down experience of watching Teoscar Hernandez. Swings and misses. 1 ball, 1 strike.
I've watched enough to where when a guy goes up there and he's just kind of, he's going to take the first pitch, right? Like he did. You can watch his bat, and it's too late because if Max puts his head down before he looks at home, the next one is for sure going to come out of your shoes.
I've seen this before. Down the line, Guerrero's over there with Barger and out of room. Pitch, hit, and run is the free official MLB skills competition for baseball and softball players ages 7 to 14. Host a local competition in 2026 and give the kids a chance to make it to the national finals at next year's World Series. PitchHitRun.com. We asked Dave Roberts before the game, what do you want to see from your offense today? And it wasn't the MVPs at the top of the order that he focused on. He said the bottom of the lineup, we need those guys to fight. Don't let Scherzer catch a breath against you. Because when you grab the lineup card and you're Max Scherzer, MVP, 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 then you look down at the bottom and think, maybe I can catch ball.
Well, no doubt. You're definitely going to go to areas of guys when they're struggling. And that doesn't mean they're always going to continue, but it's a safer landing.
Hernandez drills one. Left field, forget about it. Dodgers strike first in a loud way. And the full experience of Teoscar Hernandez from one day to the next, from a 4-strikeout game in game 2 to a home run to start the scoring in game 3.
Well, Max is going to want that pitch back, and I think he's going to want that pitch selection back. I thought a slider there would have been the better pitch on a guy who swings down below the zone. The curveball gives him a chance to catch up, and as you said it, probably going to hit 2 home runs. But isn't it interesting, in the first 2 games, each team's had opportunities to break a game open, and when they didn't, the opposite happened.
Tommy Edman takes a strike. It's the same thing you talk about in the regular season. A leadoff walk is whatever. In the postseason, it's 2. Everything at this time of year gets amplified times 10.
The game
chases up.
The game that Yamamoto, obviously, tremendous game, but he was on the ropes in the first inning, 1st and 3rd, nobody out, and Guerrero up. And from that point on, really, it's as stingy and as great of a performance you'll ever see. And they didn't score. And the same thing happened in game 1. So there are things in the playoffs you'll look back and go, oh, man, if we only would have done this, think of the difference it would have made.
Yeah, Yamamoto, all that traffic over the first few innings, and then he retires the last 20 hitters. The last guy to do that in a World Series complete game, Don Larson. In the perfect game in 1956. Edman chases up again, and he's down on strikes. Second one for Scherzer. As we get another look at Hernandez's blast.
Well, Scherzer's going to give up some home runs. As long as they're solos, they're usually not as devastating in the postseason. And we talked about how devastating home runs are, and teams that hit more win. And that one was right down central.
Teams that out-homer the opposition in these playoffs, 26-5. 2 gone in this second inning. And the other Hernandez, Kike, comes up and takes strike 1. Hernandez 0 for 4 in game 2, and after a hot start to this postseason, is 1 for his last 15. Missed a lot of this summer with an elbow injury, and then tweaked that elbow, making a diving play against Milwaukee, and the bat hasn't really been the same since.
Things each hitter, when you have that front side, you got to keep that front side in, and you can see that top of the zone fastball is going to beat him more times than not when you're struggling. Because that front shoulder opens up and flies open, and then you're done. And he's made some adjustments yesterday, trying to keep that front shoulder closed and that head on the ball.
The 1-2. Lays off, and the count evens. The 2-2 from Scherzer. Hernandez fouls it off and stays alive. He's played in more postseason games than anybody in Dodger history. 88th for him. Another 2-2 and a foul ball. T-Mobile, the best network in the game, is now the best network in America as the sun begins to set here in Los Angeles. 5 o'clock local start time. Going to be hot the next couple days.
Nice.
90.
Love it.
Ball might be flying. Scherzer tries again. Hernandez watches ball 3. And home plate umpire Mark Wegner not making any Blue Jay fans happy with him. On the 8th pitch, number 8 swings and misses for strike 3. Dave Roberts said he wanted the bottom of the order to fight. Don't let him catch his breath against you. And it's Teoscar Hernandez doing more than that, launching a home run to get the Dodgers on the board in Game 3.
Welcome back to Los Angeles, here with Blue Jays manager John Schneider. John, you had an extended conversation with plate umpire Mark Wegner at the end of the previous half inning. What was the point you wanted to make?
I think just to be a little bit quicker with his call. You know, Mark's a great umpire, been doing it a long time. Very delayed call, pretty deliberate. Just didn't say anything, you know, so Varsh assumed it was a ball and Bo assumed. I just asked him, you know, in this environment, can he be a little bit quicker or give a little bit more clarity so everyone kind of knows what's going on.
What happened with Bo? Why was he confused?
I think he thought it was a ball. You know, I think a runner's assumption, obviously, is the umpire is telling Varsh that it was a ball for him to throw his bat like that. So, you know, it's a weird play. You don't want that to come back and bite you, but you want to kind of let the players decide what's going on.
Max Scherzer, your impression so far?
I think he's throwing the ball extremely well. Good velo, locating his fastball well. Just one backup slider there to Teo, but I think his curveball and slider have been good other than that. And, you know, it's hopefully he can settle in. But if he's locating his fastball, I think it opens up everything else.
John, thanks a lot. Joe, back to you.
All right, Kenny, as Andres Gimenez leads off this third for the Blue Jays. 1 ball and 2 strikes. 9-1-2 for the Jays, looking for their first run since early on in Game 2. Here's Glasnow's 1-2 pitch. Curve is tapped along the right side. There's Tommy Edman for the first out of the third. And we get another look at that controversial play in the second inning. Dalton Varsho went back into the dugout saying, I just couldn't hear. It is loud in here. And so that strike call, you don't hear a ton. Will Smith points it out. Check. Took for granted that it was ball 4. And a critical out in an inning where the Blue Jays got the first 3 on. Single walk, single, did not score. Back to the top in Springer. Fastball guarded up the middle. Mookie Betts ranges over, throws him out. Had not played shortstop since he was in high school for the Overton High School Bobcats in Tennessee. Until he made the move full-time this year, he just might win the Gold Glove.
Yeah, he should win the Gold Glove. And congratulations to Mookie on the Roberto Clemente Award winner. I just, his manager didn't have words to describe what he's done, and I really can't do it justice on air because it's not normal to go from right field to shortstop and play elite defense all year.
Lucas with 2 out takes ball 1. Dave Roberts said, I want to say Magic Johnson moving to the 5 in the postseason, but that was just in the postseason. He said this being the whole year, this is next level different, like Tiger, like Kobe. Not just to make the move, which even simply making the move, that's never been done for a perennial Gold Glove outfielder to come in his 30s to play the toughest position, a shortstop. Just simply trying it, unprecedented. He's not just tried it, but excelled. 2-0 to Lucas.
It's incredible to watch, and certainly an MVP award winner. And this is what I was talking about. This is one of the prestigious awards you can win.
Yeah, he's got his 50-50 foundation, does things around Los Angeles, around the country, back in his hometown in Nashville. On and off the field, Mookie Betts. Glass now looking for a 1-2-3 third. His 2-1 pitch is punched down the left field line. It'll fade foul, and it's 2-2. Clemente Award that Betts takes home, presented by Capital One. And Mookie would lay awake last year as he was trying to make the move to short for the first time, thinking about the postseason, just fearing booting the ball in the biggest spot. Man, has it come a long way from those long nights. 2-2. 1-2-3 third for Tyler Glasnow.
Well, supposedly we were going to have 2 veterans, but under the headline and heading of the best laid plans of mice and men, we have a 24-year-old Scherzer and a 20-year-old Kershaw.
Now that I know this is my last one, it just makes it that much more special. It's been so fun to compete against them all these years. You know, drafted the same year. It's so fortunate I've gotten that opportunity.
Well, that clip there that Vin Scully brought us back with, that was September 7, 2008, a Sunday afternoon where everybody was fired up to watch Randy Johnson, who had 294 wins in his career. Greg Maddux, 354. Both those guys pushed back, and so a 20-year-old Clayton Kershaw, who had 3 wins in his career at that point, and Max Scherzer, who had 0, came and pitched in front of a very disappointed crowd, not knowing that they were watching 2 future Hall of Famers go head-to-head.
2 greats. And all-time greats, and they're going to be in the same place. Maybe not at the same time, though. Max may plead a little longer.
0-2 on Andy Pages. 18th season for Max Scherzer. 41 years old. He's the oldest guy to start a World Series game since 45-year-old Jamie Moyer. Do you think Max can still do that?
No.
Could you?
No.
No. Go to the Pages. Sandy Pages, there's a lot of talk about him maybe getting sent to the bench with his struggles in this postseason. He had a single in game 2. Dave Roberts, we asked him about the decision to keep him in there. He said, I've seen just enough offense, and then center field defense becomes a question if you take him out. Tommy Edman would be the logical replacement, but his ankle's still bugging him. The other option would be Kike Hernandez, who's played very little center field, and so what you might gain offensively, you might lose more defensively.
Yeah. Plus, Dodgers pitchers keep pitching like this, it doesn't really matter as much.
Pages, who hit 27 home runs during the regular season. Only Shohei Ohtani had more on the Dodgers, but he's 4 for 43 in these playoffs. Ohtani's on deck. Another 1-2 coming from Scherzer. Pages pops it up. Right side to Shaq. First out. Back to the top in Ohtani. Started this game with a double, and in this postseason, really, it's that huge game 4 of the championship series with the 3 home runs. 174 outside of that. The Blue Jays have done a good job against him. He did have the home run in game 1, but inconsequential.
Fastballs up and in, and then fastballs away. There's that changeup. That changeup's like a screwball changeup where he rotates it and spins it the opposite way to fade away against a left-handed hitter.
31-year-old from Oshu, Japan, swings and misses at the high slider. Elise is healthy this World Series. Remember last World Series, he tore his labrum in his shoulder on a slide in game 2 and had to have surgery on that after the year.
There's that ball up, and that's what you try to do against Ohtani. Now, we have seen, though, not every pitcher can do that consistently enough, and when you miss down in the middle of the plate, you're not getting the baseball back. But if you can go up and then pitch out away off the plate, he hasn't shown any ability right now to stay on the pitch away.
Good.
Shohei making sure that Kirk is okay there. Foul got him pretty good.
Good.
Dodgers up 1-0 on the Tasker Hernandez home run. Ohtani on a 1-2 pulls it down the line, foul. We were talking about it. Away has been where to go to get him. He doesn't have a hit to the opposite field in more than a month. And that's something that usually he does pretty darn well. Comes back in. It's lifted to deep right field. Towards the corner. Goodbye. Ohtani goes deep. And the Dodgers lead game 3 on a pair of solo home runs, 2-0. They came inside, and Ohtani went to where he's comfortable going right now.
Well, he sped him up with the curveball, and what I mean by speeding up, he knows now a fastball is going to come, and he's going to get the barrel of the bat as quick as he can to it. Away, he would not have done anything, as we just documented, but that's why Ohtani is pretty special.
Strike on bats. 7th of the postseason for Shohei Ohtani, his second one of this World Series. That sends one high in the air to left field for Nathan Lucas. 2-away.
So he throws the breaking ball and he pulls it, hooks it foul. He had gotten a hit on the breaking ball, and that thing is right in his nitro zone if it would have been up a little bit more. And then he gets him on alert, and he gets the head of the bat out to the ball inside. That's what you got to do to hit an inside fastball. And it was just low enough to do that.
Guy that hit the first sends the sunflower seeds on the second.
Yeah, if he were to face him again, and he may not, everything should be away.
Ball. Upstairs with the first one on Freddie Freeman. Well, Scherzer, even in his very best seasons, home runs were always part of the deal. And he's given up 2 of them here. Ball. On a 2-0, Freddie Freeman fouls it off. 2-1. Freeman lays off, ball 3. Scherzer's 3-1 pitch. Freeman watches ball 4. First walk of the game issued by Scherzer. Tonight's telecast is sponsored by T-Mobile, now the best network in America. Well, the Dodgers, one of the best home teams in baseball this year. In the postseason, they've won 11 of their last 14 games at Dodger Stadium, back to last season. And this beautiful ballpark hosting its 30th World Series game tonight. Kirk with a visit for Scherzer, and the bullpen starts to stir. Nobody warming yet, but some movement down there as Will Smith comes up. Rewarding performance is sponsored by Capital One. So Will Smith had the hand injury down the stretch. He all-star first half, but he hit just 190 over the last 2 months. In this postseason, though, he's recovered, perhaps having that hand injury, the time that he had to miss as a silver lining. Body wears down as a catcher, but he got a break over the last few weeks. 3-14 to lead the team in the playoffs.
Not a lot of wasted movement when he's hitting. We talk about his short arms that helps him get to the ball a lot quicker and easier, especially inside.
Their first real chance for him to thrive in the World Series. Last year he was 2 for 18. He was sitting down near the bottom of the order. When the Dodgers won it in 2020, he wasn't even the starting catcher. It was Austin Barnes who caught every game against Tampa Bay. Smith was the DH. Dave Roberts said, though, this guy just unflappable. Rides all the highs and the lows steady. On a 1-1 from Scherzer, Smith has his knees buckled on a breaking pitch. Strike 2. Guy that hit just 9 home runs his entire college career at Louisville. Drafted him because of the bat-to-ball ability. Very athletic. They like the defense. Power has emerged, and as well-rounded of a catcher as there is. Scherzer fires 2-2. Freeman runs. Throw from Kirk is not in time, and Freddie Freeman stolen second.
See if they're going to take a look at this or not. And it looks like they are going to take a look at it.
Toronto is challenging the safe call at second base.
Freeman had just 6 stolen bases during the regular season. Yeah. Replay review here presented by Zoom. What do you think your first look there?
First look, I thought he's going to be tough to overturn, but we got to see a different angle to see if he got him on the shoulder before that foot touched the bag. It's going to be really close.
I think he might have gotten it.
But that one was thrown up the line. If you hold the tag, his foot bounces off the bag, and you could say for sure he got him. But he just swipes it right there. Real close. You can see how his foot bounces off.
Yeah.
But it was just one of those quick tags because he had such a big jump. Probably wondering, well, why would he challenge that on such a close play? Well, you got a great hitter at the plate. Every out is precious in the postseason.
And you do get 2 challenges in the postseason. Dodgers have only attempted 2 steals in these playoffs. Neither one of these teams very aggressive on the bases. Blue Jays just 1 stolen base attempt. Continue to go frame by frame back in New York, taking a look at this. Here's your verdict.
After review, the call in the field stands. The runner is safe.
Man, the call in the field does stand up, just not enough there to overturn it. Still 1 challenge left for John Schneider, but a runner in scoring position now. Dodgers during the regular season weren't just the best home run hitting team in the National League. They're one of the best with runners in scoring position. Three and 2 on Will Smith. Scherzer throws. Smith picks one to right field, base hit. They look to take immediate advantage. Barger's got a cannon. His throw's perfect. He's out at home. Addison Barger puts it on a dime from 250 feet away.
It remains 2-0. He took his time, and he knew he was going to rely on a perfect throw, and a perfect throw it was.
Addison Barger with a 99-mile-per-hour throw to end the inning.
Best part about that was he took his time. Everybody would rush it, throw it offline. He did not do that.
Vladimir Guerrero Jr. starts the fourth for the Blue Jays, looking for a spark against Tyler Glasnow. 9 outfield assists in the regular season for Barger, one of the strongest arms in baseball. And he keeps us a 2-0 game. When we talk about the Blue Jays, the differences in the wins and the losses, and Vlad Guerrero Jr. is right in the middle of that. In the wins, he's hitting .529, and the losses .235. Dangerous pitch right here. A 2-0.
Solo home runs, usually you can live with them. And we talked about Scherzer's given up some solo home runs. He's not going to get typically beat with like a 3-run homer. But now it's more important forever than Toronto's got to get something going right here. And the reason I say get something going is because now you've got a chance with only 41 pitches out of Glasnow. You get a chance to make decisions harder for Dave Roberts if his pitch count gets up there.
3-2 on Guerrero. Well, if tonight's game ends in a walk-off, Capital One will donate an additional $10,000 to the Jackie Robinson Foundation as part of the Capital One walk-off program. To date, Capital One has donated more than $1 million to the foundation to support its programs and initiatives. From 3-0 to 3-2. Glasnow delivers. Guerrero checks his swing. No swing and a leadoff walk. So the second time in the last 3 innings, the Jays have put the leadoff man on. Well, you're talking about the different strategies potentially for these managers. 3 consecutive games coming here. The Dodgers, extra important. They get length from their starting pitching because of that. Blue Jays, you're talking with John Schneider, the whole goal being get this series back to Toronto. If they're looking at a game where they say we got a shot to win this, he's going to go for it.
He is. Yeah. His offense has got to do their part now.
Strike on Bichette.
And by doing their part, you don't chase games to go for it when you're trailing. Maybe by 1, 2 tops. So the score is so important, and the decisions the manager has to make with 3 games in a row being played here.
Bichette cracks his bat and bounces to second and gets by Tommy Edman. Dodgers have opened the door for the Blue Jays offense to step on through. First and third, nobody out. Both second basemen in this game have made mistakes. It's Edman defensively. It was Bichette on the bases.
Well, he was almost excited to get this double play because Bichette can't run with that knee, right? And this ball just takes a flat bounce. It didn't pop up, and the ball goes down. The infielder's thinking that ball's going to come up, and it stayed down, and by staying down, obviously under the glove.
First and third, nobody out. Dalton Varsho at the plate. This is the combination they had in the second inning when Varsho thought that he had taken ball 4, strike 3, or he thought that it was strike 2, and Bichette was picked off of first base, dousing that potential rally. Just like that.
Well, once again, now in a very defensive situation, good for Glasnow to put the heat on the Toronto hitters, but we talk about it all the time. If you don't make contact with nobody out first and third, it just leads to the pressure of the next hitter being a double play ball away from getting out of the inning.
Here's an 0-2. Varsho pops it into center field. On comes Kike Hernandez. He's there, and Guerrero hangs on as Hernandez guns it in. Well, the outfielders showing off the arms in this game 3.
Good news, bad news for the Blue Jays. Good news is this guy doesn't swing and miss a lot, as we knew there was no chance he was going to score. Bad news is if he hits a ground ball, it's a good chance for a double play because he doesn't run a lot.
Max effort. Max fun. Kike Hernandez always. That guy you're talking about is Alejandro Kirk, who singled his first time. Knocked in the Blue Jays' last run, their only run in game 2, the sacrifice fly. the track. He's at the wall, and it's gone. Kirk has changed Game 3 with a 3-run shot.
Good high ball hitter sitting on a pitch up. He gets a high curve ball. First pitch curveball, and almost as if he was sitting on it. This time he's going to put on the jacket. Last time he got a big home run. He just ran through it holding it. He has half of it on because he said it doesn't fit. But this inning was crucial for the Toronto Blue Jays offense, and they came through in a big way.
Had not scored since the 3rd inning of Game 2. Addison Barger takes the strike. It's a home run from Kirk, his 5th of the postseason. A home run from the guy that it seemed like always was there for him when they needed a big swing.
Hey.
You know, the Blue Jays nearly blew the division after leading it pretty much the entire second half. The Yankees were hot on their heels in September, went into the final day tied. And Alejandro Kirk had a 2-home-run game, including a grand slam. So get on my back, boys. They take advantage of the Edmund air to take the lead.
Well, nobody feels worse than a player when he knows he's hoping his teammate, in this case the pitcher, can pick him up. But he's responsible for one of those runs and possibly 2 of them if they would have turned the double play, and it happens. But both clubs have had interesting scenarios play out already in this game. Blue Jays could have hung their head when that ball 4 turned into strike 2, but this is what makes the Blue Jays special.
1-2 to Barger is taken down and in, and the count evens up.
Some of the trends, if you're following, when you see a first pitch fastball hitter up there, he has thrown consistently a curveball, and he did it again. And you almost wonder if Kirk was up there sitting on a pitch he knew he wanted to drive to get at least 1 run in. He ended up getting 3 runs in.
Barger on a 2-2 takes away ball 3. Well, you just said it, you can get away with the solo shots, and Scherzer's given up 2 home runs but has the lead in this game because the Blue Jays home run was a 3-run job.
That was the 8th first pitch curveball from a guy who has an electric fastball. And he has come out with a game plan that they're going to spin it.
Tries it again. Barger pulls a base hit to right field on a 2-strike slider.
That ball's supposed to bounce. Edmund will tell you it stayed low. And his glove did not stay low enough, and a curveball right down, almost on a tee. And maybe not the most prolific looking catcher, but he is an electric hitting catcher.
We're not too far from where he's from, Tijuana, Mexico. A few-hour drive across the border down through San Diego. And the Blue Jays had sent a scout to Tijuana to watch a catcher. Is on the other team, though, but he could not take his eyes off that 5'7", 230-pound catcher on the other squad. And he called the bosses and he said, hey, you're just going to have to trust me on this because I promise you're going to see him and you're going to say there's no way. Trust me, the guy can play. The good thing was they didn't have to fight off any other contenders to get him. They paid him the price of a used car, gave him his only offer. He signed on the spot with the Blue Jays and has turned into a 2-time All-Star. And potentially a World Series hero. Ernie Clement fouls off the first one. Barger was going right there. So there is the first instance we've seen them trying to take advantage of Glasnow in the running game.
Got to do it. Good first fastball hitting Clement. Might have seen a rare hit and run right there that we don't see too often in the game.
Yeah, because Barger does not attempt many steals. Only 5 during the regular year. Not going this time. Clement fights it off down the line. A teardrop of a base hit for Ernie Clement. Barger heads to third. They've got him cornered again. Even when Clement doesn't hit it hard, even when it hardly registers on that StatCast board, He finds grass. Above 400 in this postseason.
They're stingy. It doesn't have to be 100 miles an hour off of every bat. They just have to be able to put the bat on ball more than they swing and miss. And this is what you can do and create a lot of stress for the opposing pitcher.
And as big a part of the story as Vlad Jr. and George Springer are, it's these unsung guys out of the middle of nowhere that have made this Blue Jays season, like Ernie Clement, like if you go back farther, Alejandro Kirk. And now Jimenez can handle the bat. Fouls off a first pitch curveball. Big part of the story of this season. Addison Barger, who's at third base, was in AAA to begin this year. Kirk, there's the amount that he signed for. Nathan Lucas, who's their two-hitter, spent 10 seasons in the minors before getting his real shot. A team in every sense of the word. Here's Jimenez driving a ball to deep center field. Pages is going back. Feels for the wall, makes the catch. Plenty deep enough to score. Barger. Throw to second. Dive, and he's safe.
That was closer than John Snyder wanted to see it. He's going to have to get the runner to touch home before, if he were to get thrown out at second. So the runner cannot take it for granted. So when he's tagging, he's got to go full. He knows he's going to score, but he can't make sure that his guy from first is going to get the second thrown out before he touches.
That's a good job by Barger, because you don't always see guys not take that for granted.
Exactly.
John Schneider told us, yeah, run the bases aggressively. That's not just stolen bases. That is period. We got to try to take 90 feet whenever we can against this guy. And a 4-2 lead for the Blue Jays. Putting the ball in play. Taking advantage of the air. And now George Springer with 2 out. This inning, as much as any inning you're ever going to see, has been a display of everything Toronto is about.
And it was probably, I mean, it's going to sound like an obvious statement, but it was such an important inning to get on the board, right? 2-0. All these decisions start changing if you stay behind 2-0 to the Dodgers. And now Schneider can stay a little bit longer with Scherzer if he wants to, but at the same time, we talked about how aggressive is he going to get. He'll get more aggressive with the lead than he will with the deficit.
Yeah, if he starts to look and see this is our shot to guarantee that this series gets back to Toronto, he's going to go for it. 4th spot for the Jays here in the 4. 1 ball, 1 strike on Springer. Waves over a curve, strike 2.
Talked about 41 pitches only coming into this inning. Now 22 in this inning and 4 runs. So quickly the game can change. Play not made. 3 runs later. Now 4.
Ball tries to check and does.
But it started with a walk. And that's one of those things that gets overlooked. 3-0 to 3-2 and a good pitch that he laid off of. That walk creates the rally that we were talking about in the postseason that wouldn't be a big deal in the regular season.
Clement at second, 2 away. Press now steps off. These two teams tied for the major league lead. Comeback wins, regular season, postseason combined. Jays flexing that muscle, and that's also to say don't turn it off. Don't count the Dodgers out either. Should be compelling games right until the last out with the comeback ability of both clubs. Here's Glasnow's payoff. Springer swings and misses. Strike 3. Blue Jays offense explodes. It begins with their unicorn of a catcher, Alejandro Kirk. First pitch that he sees, blast for a 3-run home run. 4 in the 4th. Game 3 turned around.
Welcome back to Los Angeles with Dodgers manager Dave Roberts. Dave, that last inning, 4 runs, set in motion by the 2 early mistakes, leadoff walk, the error. But how do you stop and slow down the early count hitting by the Toronto offense.
Yeah, you know, we knew that going in. They're aggressive early in counts, and you got to make that first pitch quality. And yeah, the leadoff walks always seem to come back to bite you. And then, you know, we gave an extra out that inning, and I think you know, Tyler's stuff's good, and we'll go hitter to hitter and try to get him through you know, Bichette this next inning. But yeah, we can't give him extra outs. But I really like our bats versus Scherzer, and hopefully we can stress him one more time and, you know, get to that pennant.
Well, Tyler was stressed last inning. You had the bullpen up. You're coming off an off day, but the first time this postseason you'll see 3 days in a row. How were you set up to manage this game?
Yeah, it's not ideal to have to try to cover, you know, 5 innings the first day of 3 in a row, but, you know, whatever it takes to win this game. And again, I feel good where we're at offensively, and ultimately it's going to be a battle of the bullpens tonight.
Thanks so much, Dave.
Yep.
Max Muncy starts his inning, bounces one to Vladimir Guerrero Jr., takes it himself, one away in the 4th.
Well, this game got flipped on a couple plays, and they may seem insignificant. This was huge. This is either 3-0 Dodgers or 2-0 and a fighting chance for the Blue Jays. And then the very next inning, another scenario that changes the scope of the inning, and it was a ground ball that will be made 99 out of 100 times. Well, that went from, okay, maybe 2-1, because you could see that costing you one run to 4-2. And not solely because of that, but it changes everything when that play doesn't get made.
Teoscar Hernandez here with one away, swings through a fastball. Well, when we did the phase-by-phase breakdown at the start of the series, head-to-head, defense was a clear Blue Jay check mark.
Yeah, they've done a great job at really eliminating runs. Their starting pitcher gives up a lot of home runs on the year, but their defense is not going to cost them. And some close plays that happened in first 3 games that have really kind of, you could just look back and go, wow, that would have changed the whole dynamic of the series.
1 ball and 2 strikes. Tommy Edman was on the other side of a kind of a hidden play in the World Series last year. Game 1 that helped set up Freddie Freeman's heroics with a diving stop that helped get that game into extra innings. We're on the wrong side of it right here. Blue Jays 4, Dodgers 2. Bottom of the 4th inning in Game 3. The series tied at a game apiece. Hernandez fights and stays alive. Went deep his first time. His 5th home run of this postseason.
You were asking me how is Max Scherzer going to deal with the atmosphere of this game, right? You said if he can get through the first inning, good things can happen. He got through the first inning. Yes, he's given up a couple solo home runs, but when Max Scherzer's given the lead, and he won't have a huge lease, trust me.
Barger.
He's a veteran that knows how to pitch with the lead and pitch under the circumstances. That's why he won't be shocked by anything. And I think he's done a good job controlling his emotions so far, because you could easily see him get more ramped up than normal.
Oh, you think? Max Scherzer could get amped up? John Schneider had some hilarious things that he passed on about their interactions in the championship series. He said, I thought Max was going to kill me when I went out there to take him out. And Max said, get out of here. What are you doing? They had a conversation. He stayed in, got through 5. John said, and then I'm thinking, I'm going to take him out at that point. So I go down into the tunnel where he's standing before the 6th inning to tell him. And he said, what are you doing here? Get out of here. And John said, are you good? Because I don't think you're still good. And he said, I'm good. Get out. Edman takes a strike. John said, okay, I guess he's staying in. He got 2 more outs. And John Schneider said, I got that crazy Max Scherzer moment I've been waiting all year for. Got another one of them after Game 7. Scherzer charges into his office and said, okay, what's the plan for the World Series? What am I pitching? John's like, can I just have my beer?
Can I have my moment?
Can we win the pennant and just enjoy it?
Well, as you can imagine, most pitchers are creatures of habit, and they want to know their routine before it even gets laid out so they can put their mind to work.
Pop fly, left side of the diamond. Ernie Clement is there. Max Scherzer with a shutdown inning. After the 4-run top of the 4th, 1-2-3 bottom half. Mad Max always raging. We're back after a word from your local Fox station. Welcome back to the 2025 World Series on Fox, presented by Capital One. Back inside Dodger Stadium where the Blue Jays lead 4-2. And Nathan Lucas leads off the top of the 5th. Takes ball 1 from Tyler Glasnow. Tom Bertucci and Dave Roberts just chatted. We heard Dave Roberts say that He'd like to get Tyler Glasnow through Bo Bichette, so you figure that's going to be just those 3 hitters here. Left-hander Anthony Banda has been warming in the pen, with Varsho due up after Bichette. Now the Blue Jays have seen the 2 extremes. If you can get to the Dodgers starter where it can go with the struggles they have in the pen, and when you can't, Yamamoto happens with a complete game. And the Dodgers this season, when their starter gets an out in the 6th inning in the postseason, they are unbeaten. They're 10-0. When they fail to get an out in the 6th inning from their starter, 0-2. 1-2 pitch.
Well, the one thing about Glasnow and that 4-seam fastball that he just cut, he's got such great spin rate. And you talk about spin rate, well, that's backspin. That ball gives, when he throws a fastball and it has high spin, that creates an illusion to the hitter that it actually might be rising, and just it stays its plane. It gives the illusion that that ball's going to take off. And that's what he does. But he's spun a lot of breaking balls, and to your point, trying to keep up with the theme of how to attack. And what happens is your release point on your breaking balls, you know, mechanically you got to do something different, but it can get your fastball out of whack if you're not doing your fastball first, command, release point, and then following up with your curveball.
Got ahead now, full count pitch, and a high fastball is hit foul.
I mean, I know what the data says about the Blue Jays, and they hit 4-seam fastball, but I would trust my 4-seam fastball because it's not. The data is accumulated by all 4-seam fastballs. I would argue that Glasnow's 4-seam fastball is nowhere close to most of the guys that they're facing.
Here he comes with another payoff and another foul. A pitch coming to Nathan Lucas, one of the toughest outs in this lineup full of tough outs. Lucas 0 for 2 in this game, but he has a 10-game on-base streak going, and a lineup that has Vlad Guerrero, it's got Bo Bichette, it's got George Springer, it's Lucas, who didn't get a chance to be an everyday big leaguer until this year, at the age of 31, with the longest on-base streak going. It's now 11 games as he starts this inning with a walk.
Another sinker. I guess he's trying to feel like he's going to be more command with that sinker, but these pitches are up in the zone and the hitters are taking advantage of it. These are planned attacks. Even if they're not all 100 miles an hour off the bat, they're planned attacks to hit a ball that they see up in the middle of the zone. Only one they were able to get a hit off inside or outside, and that's what Toronto does.
Saw it on StatCast 3D, powered by Google Cloud. Here's Vlad Jr. taking strike 1. His walk started that 4-run inning. You said it kind of gets lost in the shuffle with a big home run, but set it all up.
Watch out for right center here if he gets that fastball away on Guerrero.
Dodgers thinking the same thing. Pages shaded that way. 0-2.
To defend. You can't really play him in a shifted traditional form because he hits the ball all over the place.
Ball lays off. Sometimes you see the postseason make guys chase more. Often that's the case. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. has gone the other way.
Yeah. Trusting his hands, trusting that foot tap, you know, the timing of just getting your foot down and keeping your hands back and getting to every area of the strike zone.
Lifts one to right field. Teoscar Hernandez angles on. He's under it for the first out.
All right, now that he's not up, maybe Lucas will take that base or look to be aggressive to take that base with Bichette up.
Well, some odd things have found Bo Bichette in this game. It's the crazy play with the confusion at home plate on the ball strike call led to the pickoff, and then he was the guy that put it in play that led to the Edman error. Ball. Bichette and Guerrero came up together, really represented the future, represented the hope for the Blue Jays organization. Getting to the big leagues about a month apart in 2019, and they're as close as brothers, they tell you. First chance together in the World Series, perhaps their last chance to play together, because Bo Bichette is entering free agency. So he wasn't just hurrying back to be able to play in this postseason run. He was hurrying back perhaps for one last stand in a Jays uniform. The 1-1 from Glasnow. Bichette takes ball 2. Bonded by being young stars, bonded by being sons of former big league stars. His dad, Dante Bichette, 14 seasons in the major leagues, was all-star 4 times. Lad's dad in the Hall of Fame. 2-2.
Still crazy to me. Faced all their dads. Now I'm calling the World Series for their sons. Pretty cool.
You're going to stick in it long enough for Vlad?
No.
No. Here's John Smoltz calling his 60th World Series. John, you still with us? Weekend at Bernie's with you over there. Lucas leaning. He runs on a 2-2 that's swatted down the line, foul. Down to Ken Rosenthal.
Well, Bo Bichette is playing with something of an injury here, right? Hasn't played before this World Series since September 6th with that sprained left knee. And I asked him, Bo, are you worried as you enter free agency with your condition right now? And he said, to win the World Series, I'll risk it all.
We asked John Schneider today, how do you report feeling? And he said, he's as well as you can be, having not played in a month and a half and then hurrying back from it. Another 2-2 from Glasnow. Lucas not going this time. Bichette bounces it softly left side. Muncy will hope that it goes foul, and it does. MLB Shops is where to go to get your team gear. MLBshop.com. Blue Jays, as they did in Game 1, erased the deficit with a 4th-inning homer. It was Varsho in Game 1. It was Kirk here in Game 3. Anthony Bond is ready to go. Left-handed batting Dalton Varsho's on deck. Glasnow digging deep for what is likely his last hitter here. This is the 7th pitch to Bichette. And it's in there for strike 3. His 5th K will be his last. Mission accomplished for the Blue Jays. They've got the Dodgers starter out of the game in the 5th inning. Tyler Glasnow, who entered this game with a 0.68 in the postseason, meets his match against his Blue Jays offense. Sponda comes in when you come back. Summary is sponsored by Raising Cane's Chicken Fingers. 4-2 Blue Jays in front with a 4-run 4th inning. Max Scherzer has given up 2 solo shots, finds himself pitching with the lead. We're in the top of the 5th. Dodger bullpen goes to work as Anthony Bonda replaces Tyler Glasnow. Lefty-lefty against Dalton Varsho. Balls one away, ball 1. Bonda pitched in Game 1, give up the grand slam to Barger, give up another one to Kirk. For this Dodger bullpen, which has a +6 ERA in the postseason, going to be used heavily tonight.
Well, you know they're going to be fresh. There's a lot of available arms. It's the ones that Dave will go to are the ones he obviously trusts the most.
He's kept that circle pretty tight. Varsho off balance, pops it up on the infield. Betts takes charge. The shortstop puts it away. Ends the top of the 5th. Halfway home in Game 3. Jays by 2. T-Mobile, the best network in the game, is now the best network in America. Back at Dodger Stadium, where the Dodgers got solo home runs from Tasker Hernandez in the 2nd, Shohei Ohtani in the 3rd, but Max Scherzer's Jays got him 4 in the 4th. To the bottom of the 5th he goes. Kike Hernandez leads off. Ball, fastball is inside 1-0.
Well, Max, when he's been given 4 or more runs in his career, talk about the lead, 176 and 4. And his team is 194 and 24.
That was pretty good. Here's his 1-0 pitch. Hernandez fouls it back 1-1. 34 consecutive games his team has won when they've gotten 4 runs of support. For the Dodgers here, 8-9-1. There is double-barreled action down in the Blue Jays' pen. So Scherzer's probably getting close to the end of the line here. 1-2 on Hernandez. Louis and Fleury. Louis Varland, Mason Fluharty. Scherzer's 1-2. Curve is left over the plate but foul. Down to Tom Verducci.
Well, we're watching a true turn back the clock night for Max Scherzer. The fastball tonight is the best fastball he's had in terms of velocity since September of 2022. 7 of his 12 outs have been on fastballs, including Mookie Betts twice on fastballs in the zone.
Back to the fastball here. Hernandez was ready for it. He's got a leadoff hit in the 5th. Stuck with it, and Hernandez turned it around.
Well, that's making the correction for Kike. He's been swinging underneath a lot of them, and I talked about his front shoulder being flying open. He stayed in on that ball right there. And a big base hit, leadoff hitter on for the Dodgers.
You're wondering about Pages bunting. He does not have one in his career. Better shot that he hits it out of the park. 27. In his regular season, takes strike 1. Upset with himself for not pulling the trigger on a first pitch fastball. Tying run at the plate. Scherzer to the plate. Pages lifts it the other way. Lazy fly ball for Barger. And the first out of the 5th. So Ohtani's coming up. Let's see. Here comes John Schneider. He's going to make the change to Mason Fluharty. 4 1/3 from Max Scherzer with the best velocity he's had in years.
And he actually understands the situation and the role that he did. A very nice job keeping his team in there. Chance to win.
41-year-old in his 5th World Series game does the job, passes it on to the bullpen. It's Ohtani as the tying run. Statcast 3D powered by Google Cloud. The last time that he was up, his 7th home run of the postseason.
That's an impressive one, too, because this one's off the plate, up and in, and he made the adjustment. See where this pitch is? And now he's going to have to put his eyes on a curveball and try to stay away from anything that starts on the outside part of the plate. He struck out on those pitches off of left-handers. I don't know how many fastballs he's going to see from Fluharty,
who's been tough on him. He struck him out in game 1. Struck him out here in August as well. Ball, 1 strike. More than half of Ohtani's hits in this postseason have been home runs. Tomorrow's starting pitcher for the Dodgers. 2 for 2 with a double and a homer. And on this 1-1 from Fluharty, ball takes ball 2.
That's a great take and a discipline by Ohtani. He's hoping that one catches the plate that he can let it go again and possibly tie this game up.
That's where he hit it in game 4, the championship series. Over the pavilion. 2-1. Ohtani, ball takes low. We've not seen him this locked in against Fluharty. We've seen a lot of chases on those breaking pitches.
It's funny what a home run can do when you get one and hear the click of the bat.
Three-one pitch. Shohei fouls it off, and it's 3-2.
That was the one. Oh, ho-hum.
Follow-up act.
He's going to pitch tomorrow. What could he possibly do to upstage that performance?
Yeah, that would be tough to do. The 3 home runs, the 10 strikeouts over 6 scoreless innings in the clinching game of the championship series. But it seems like anytime you think this guy can't possibly wow you anymore, he does. One-of-a-kind Shohei Ohtani against a rookie pitcher in Mason Fluharty, who fires a payoff. A breaking ball is drilled to left center field, slicing towards the gap. And off the warning track, up against the wall. Hernandez held it home. There is no throw. It's a ringing double from Ohtani. His third extra base hit of the game has made it 4-3.
Can't throw great hitters the same pitch every single time and expect to have great results. This was the 7th one, and it stayed over the middle. And he stayed on it and got enough of it to split the outfielders.
And so he's done it again at Dodger Stadium. 6 for his last 6 here. With 6 extra base hits. Strike on Mookie Betts. That one different, and then it was to the opposite field. It's his first hit the other way in more than a month. And he's now the tying run. Betts looking to make his mark. But for John Schneider, you go to Mason Fluharty for the lefty-lefty matchup with Ohtani and Freeman and hope that you can survive against Mookie Betts. The 1-1 pitch. Grounded foul. Ohtani's done his part to come back to life here in this 4th game. Mookie Betts, though, at 0 for 2.
Well, that hole at bat was set up by the fact that he stayed off the ones away. By staying off the ones away, it's natural for a pitcher to think that they got to get a little closer to the plate. And as each pitch went on, the closer he got, the worse it was for him.
Betts muscles a fly ball to left field for Lucas. 2 out. And now Freeman. Has extended his on-base streak to 18 consecutive games in the postseason. Ball 1. Strike 1. Freddie Freeman, a .322 hitter in his career with runners in scoring position. That is 3rd over the last 50 years. Tony Gwynn, Rod Carew, Freddie Freeman. Looking for a base hit here to tie up game 3. On a 1-1 from Fluharty. Freeman swats it foul. Strike 2.
That was a better pitch, even though it wasn't in the spot he wanted. You see Freddie's kind of ticked. He missed it. Now this does set up throwing another breaking ball. You just can't keep throwing these pitches in the middle of the zone. That cutter action, different than the breaking ball he's been seeing. That curve ball that he threw a lot.
Down the line, a fair ball in a tie game. Freddie Freeman comes through again. Locked at 4.
Another breaking ball in the zone, right over the bag. I mean, perfectly placed.
Well, we talk about the Dodger bullpen struggles. The Blue Jays been a concern for them as well. The Dodgers jump on Mason Fluharty, the 2 lefties that he's brought on to face. Get run-scoring hits against him, and we're back at square one in a series tied at 1. Shohei Ohtani letting the joy flow. And inspiring joy across the world. His hometown up in the middle of nowhere in the northern part of Japan, Oshu, where it is 11 a.m. on Tuesday. And the kids cheering along. Some of them cheering, hitting those thunder sticks. One guy saying those sticks are loud and covering his ears. He should hear it here. Will Smith gets sawed off by Louis Varland's first pitch. And going to get a new bat. Hey, Louis Varland's in the game. Shocker.
Man. Been a workhorse. You see the 13 strikeouts, the 6 earned runs, victimized by some home run balls.
Tough game that he's pitched in out of the 14 that the Blue Jays have been in this postseason. So the Dodgers have tied it here in the 5th. They scored the first 2 runs of the ball game. Blue Jays then got 4 straight in the 4th inning. But Ohtani and Freeman, a couple of guys that overall in this postseason have not done a whole lot for the Dodgers, have tied it up. 0-2 on Will Smith, who broke a tie in the late innings in Game 2 with a home run.
Comebacks, both these teams, you talked about it, they have the ability to come back. They're 1-2 in comeback wins on the year.
And what do you call that? Good TV. Ohtani's going to get another couple of at-bats in this game. He's got a chance to do something today that hasn't been done in 119 years in the World Series, and that is get 4 extra base hits in a game. Only one guy's done it, Frank Isbell of the White Sox, 1906. Strike 3 called on Will Smith, and that'll do it for the Dodgers in the 5th, but they have tied it. But they've been winning games even though their offense has not done what you'd figured that it would. But the Stars have come out here in Southern California. Ohtani and Freeman run-scoring hits. And Game 3 from L.A. tied up. Justin Robleski into the game. Certainly the biggest spot he's ever pitched in. Was not on the postseason roster the first 2 rounds, but with Alex Vesia away from the team for personal reasons, Robleski, we worked the 1-2-3 inning in Game 1 into a tie game in the 6th and a strike on Kirk. Alejandro Kirk, 5 home runs in this postseason, 3-run shot in the 4th inning. We had 13 of them all year going into the last day of the regular season when he had 2. He's got 7 in his last 15 games beginning with that. The 1-2 stays alive.
He just does such a great job of finding the baseball and hitting it where it's pitched.
He's perfect in Game 1. He's perfect so far in Game 3. And he's hard to put away. Best 2-strike hitter in baseball this year. Not supposed to be able to be a 2-strike hitter and be on a home run graphic. Right behind Vlad Guerrero Jr. 5 home runs, second most in a single postseason in Jays history.
I think he's baiting them for a breaking ball right here. You've seen all those fastballs at 98, 99, falling off.
And breaking ball. Scorched to first. Hot hands. Freddie Freeman. 1 gone in the 6th. Coming up in March, it is Country over Club. It's Aaron Judge, Bobby Witt Jr., Cal Raleigh in the bunch. Team USA with a loaded roster headed into the World Baseball Classic trying to overcome Japan. Watch it all only on Fox.
He was baiting him into that curveball. He hit it hard, and he's gone there a lot, and Freddie playing him perfectly.
First one to Addison Barger. Ball. Homered against the lefty in Blake Snell, or in Anthony Bonda in Game 1. It was his first home run against the left-hander all year. 1 ball, 1 strike. He's made his mark in this Game 3. Singled and scored in the 4-run 4th inning. He's also got an outfield assist at home plate, so he's got a +2. Put it in a hockey category. 1-2 with a high fastball. But Justin Robleski has not been around often. Hadn't pitched in the postseason before Game 1 of the World Series, but I can tell you this. His personality, he believes without a doubt that this is right where he belongs.
He's definitely revved up. He's throwing that fastball up above the plate.
Challenges him again. It was middle, but 99. Came up to the big leagues last year, back and forth the last couple seasons. Home with another 1-2 and a breaking pitch that Barger watches.
He's just got to throw that fastball higher than right around the numbers, lefty on left. So tough to hit.
Threw it up there. Baltimore chop left side. Muncy has no play, and Barger's got an infield hit.
Yeah, chops that one down, and that was never going to bounce up to the place where he's got to make a do or die, catch it, throw it at the same time. Really no chance.
All 5 hits in this game for the Blue Jays have come from the bottom 4 in the order.
It makes them such a special offense. It's why their batting average is so high.
Ernie Clement with Barger running first pitch, throws it foul. And that, as much as anything, has told the difference in the big swings that were shown, wins versus losses. In the wins, the bottom of the order is hitting above 300. In the losses, it's been like a bottom of the order. It's hit below 100. Bat to ball, check. Power, check. Depth, check most of the time. Ball. That's 1 for 2 in this ball game. Now leading the Blue Jays in this postseason, hitting .431. A journeyman glove guy. It's 1-2 on him. Robleski fires a high fastball. He lays off. Barger at first, who's got decent wheels. We've seen him take off on a couple foul balls today. Strike 3. Clement watches it go by. 2 gone in the 6th.
Locked him up. Fastball inner third.
Blake Trinan's ready to go in the Dodger bullpen. Last hitter for Robleski here. Dave Roberts would love to give Trinan a clean 7th inning with the top of the order. Ball 1 on Jimenez. Run with the sacrifice fly his last time. Tonight, their starter Tyler Glasnow failed to get through 5. Jimenez up the middle. Betts ranges over. What a play. Mookie Betts finishes off a scoreless 6th inning for Justin Robleski. Well, the Regals, Sandy Koufax in attendance watching this ball game tonight. Steve Carell. Because you're always going to have a bunch of superstars in Los Angeles. And turned out for this World Series, Jack Black, Jason Bateman, Jeff Goldblum. Both quarterbacks in town are here. Justin Herbert and Matthew Stafford.
Hey. Teammate of Kershaw.
Muncy leads off the inning against Louis Varland. Fouls off his first pitch.
They're a couple years apart in high school, right?
Same age?
Same age.
Same age.
Can you imagine?
Stafford was his catcher. And Kershaw was Stafford's center.
That's incredible.
Tie game, 6th inning. Muncy's hit more home runs than anybody in Dodger postseason history. Takes a strike, 100 to the top of the zone. Wow.
And Muncy from 95 and above has got a pretty darn good average and 5 home runs. But Varland has taken that 95 and above and going to triple digits.
On an 0-2, it's inside of those triple digits. We talked about it in game 1. Which one of these bullpens breaks? Concern for both. Garland can't seem to get on the same page as Alejandro Kirk. He's got 5 different pitches to choose from, and so you can understand.
See, I've always thought it's backwards, but I get why everyone wouldn't want to have it on their belt. But the pitcher can make the call, and it eliminates the shaking of the head. He just pushes a button, he tells the catcher what's coming. But teach their own.
Muncie's down on strikes. Nasty knuckle curve for the first out of the 6th. Time for Diamond Notes, sponsored by A Diamond Is Forever. We've already seen a few things in this World Series that have been noteworthy. Addison Barger had the first pinch hit grand slam in the 701st World Series game. There had never been one prior to that. Yamamoto, the first guy since Kurt Schilling 24 years ago to have back-to-back complete games in the postseason.
I'm pretty sure that no one's ever hit a pinch hit grand slam and thrown somebody out of the park.
Yeah, no, definitely. I can confirm. And Shohei Ohtani trying to do something that hasn't been done since the early 1900s tonight. If he can get another extra base hit in this game. Teoscar Hernandez started the scoring in game 3 with a home run in the 2nd. Well, I did say, half jokingly, that he struck out 4 times last game, so he's going to homer twice tonight.
Yeah, this would be the spot.
Top of the order for the Dodgers, still a few batters away. Mookie Betts getting ready for his next at-bat. 5 hitters away. The 1-1 to Hernandez. A fastball sails high. Garland's biggest issue in this postseason has been homers. That's a liner to left. That's a base hit for Teoscar Hernandez. Came into the game 1 for his last 15. He was 2 for 3 tonight.
Well, Dave Roberts says, you know, the one thing about Teoscar, he never gets too high or low. He just kind of treats everything, even if it's 4 strikeouts, no big deal. I'm not going to get carried away with that. Or even if he makes a mistake, not going to get carried away with that because I can redeem myself with some homers and big moments, and he's definitely done that.
Go ahead run aboard. Tommy Edman at the plate. He'd love to atone for his error. It was his error that opened the door for the 3-run home run from Alejandro Kirk back in the 4th inning. Edman acquired from St. Louis at the deadline last year. Been a clutch postseason player. Pokes one to left field. Lucas going back. Now here's Kike Hernandez. Strikeout in his first at-bat made him 1 for his last 16, and he singled and came to score on Ohtani's double.
Yeah, that was a big single. Been struggling, as you mentioned, and stayed on the ball up the middle.
And they did it with 2 strikes. 6 out of the Dodgers' 8 hits in this game have been with 2 strikes. Hernandez at first, the go-ahead run. 0-1 to the plate outside. Blue Jays are in the World Series for the first time in 32 years. They won back-to-back titles in 1992 and 93. Alex Call has a bat potentially to pinch hit. Dodgers trying to make it back-to-back world titles. 1 ball and 2 strikes on Kike Hernandez. There goes Hernandez. There's a ground ball to short. Long throw. Hernandez not going to get there. Throw to third. Bang, bang, he's out. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. Ball player.
Can I just say wow on everything that just happened right there? A lot. You know how hard of a play that was to make?
Jimenez to Guerrero across the diamond to cut down Teoscar Hernandez. This guy is so much more than just a hitter. And the Dodgers are going to challenge this.
I mean, it's really close. He slipped when he threw. But I think that's close. It is close.
Yeah, he got him. Glove folds up on his leg there. And Teoscar Hernandez out at third. Instead of a chance right here with a go-ahead run in scoring position.
After review, the call in the field is confirmed. The runner is out.
Presented by Zinn confirms that he's out. And game 3 moves along to the 7th inning, still tied up. What a play this was. Jimenez just to get to that ball. Vladimir Guerrero Jr., his second hardest throw of the year. You don't make many of them from first. This one he nails Teoscar Hernandez.
Unbelievable. I mean, you really can't blame Teoscar there because that's a play. So many things can go wrong on the ball in the hole. The throw to first could get away. The throw from first to third, you know, they say never make the third out at third. I get it.
George Springer came up limp after that swing.
When you grab your side, that's not great at all. This is what every hitter feels. And that's going to take him out of the game.
And that should not be cheered ever under any circumstances, no matter the history.
I'm just telling you right now that unless it's a cramp, you know they're holding their breath with Toronto and what he means to their lineup.
Wow, so George Springer leaves this game. Ty France is going to inherit the at-bat. This will be France's first postseason appearance. Acquired at the deadline from Minnesota. So you go from George Springer, postseason hero, who, man, it's just all kinds of things to deal with in these playoffs. Got hit by that pitch in Seattle, 97-mile-per-hour fastball. And this one high from Yoshinobu Yamamoto in game 2, and now on what seems like just another swing.
Yeah, these are those
core.
Yeah, those are those oblique injuries you hope you don't have to talk about when you're a hitter, because there's no coming back from that if you've done something. It's not like a day or two rest is going to be good, because that is very unfortunate if that ends up being the case for Toronto.
Leader, the spark plug of this lineup. So they lose him here in the 7th inning. And Ty France comes in. France at 277 for the Blue Jays after the trade from Minnesota. This guy that was an all-star back in Seattle a few years back. He's a local guy out of Downey, California originally, and then West Covina for high school at South Hills.
So you're saying he's from around here?
He's from around here.
I used to love something. Are you local or from around here?
Both. Believe it or not. This is noteworthy, by the way, that Robleski is staying in the game here. They have Trinan ready to go. One of the reasons why was that George Springer is a reverse splits guy. He's actually better against righties. And then you have the lefty and Lucas on deck. So the hope for Dave Roberts here is that he can get through the right-handed hitter here. Go lefty-lefty with Lucas, and then you have Trinan to take over for Vladimir Guerrero. The margin's so slim. Ball, every decision under the microscope. Amplified when the bullpens get started as early as they did in this game. Either starter completed 5. Not easy what Ty France is trying to do, coming off of the bench cold here.
Not like he's in the cage. No. Swinging, anticipating.
Another 2-2 from Robleski is fouled again. Ty France, who went to San Diego State, played for Tony Gwynn, and learned everything that he could from one of the greatest hitters of all time. Put some of that to play right here. In a tie game in the World Series, France lays off and the count goes full.
That was a great take. A guy coming off the bench, getting ready to hit fastballs, and then sees that breaking ball for the first time and just had enough ability to not swing.
3-2. He got him with a high fastball.
Now, if there was 2 strikes when he pinch hit, that was strikeout would have gone to Springer. But because there was only 1, he has to own it.
Well, in a Dodger bullpen where there is trust to be earned, there are jobs to be won. Justin Robleski doing his part. Juggles, recovers, gets Lucas. 1 2/3 from Justin Robleski. The Dodger bullpen desperate to have somebody step forward, especially from the left side after they lose Vesia. He's going to get a great hand right here. Make it a mixed hand because the crowd probably thinking, man, ride the guy. But Dave Roberts going to go to Blake Trinan with Vladimir Guerrero Jr. coming up in a tie game. Series tied at 4 in the bottom of the 7th inning here at Dodger Stadium. Blake Trinan, his first appearance at this fall classic. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. is the hitter. First pitch upstairs, ball 1. It's been 10 days since Trinan last threw.
Tremendous movement on his 2-seam fastball, and then he's got just a killer breaking ball. You saw the slider version right there.
Uses 1-0. That is a slider for a strike.
Just creates such an angle that he throws out of the same slot, but the ball will chase into a right-hander on the sinker, and then of course break away on that breaking ball.
Home of the 1-1. That is swatted up the middle, and a base hit for Guerrero. Goes outside, and tip of the cap to Dad right there. Best bad ball hitter of all time. Vlad Jr. singles into center.
Not too many of those when his dad was playing, but this is maybe not the prettiest one, but one that works.
Now, Blake Trinan last year was one of the MVPs of the Dodgers World Series run. He's in this role this year not because he's still that guy, but because he's the best option. Dave Roberts has no choice but to lean on. Here's Bichette taking a strike, because Trinan has not been the same. At a 193 last year. Helped him win the World Series. This year, a 540, a 9 ERA in September.
Should try to get that sinker in off the plate on Bichette.
Top run producer during the regular season. Six stolen bases, by the way, for Vlad this year. With his best buddy Bo Bichette at the plate in a tie game. 18 home runs for Bichette. Trinan's 0-1. Bichette fouls it off, and it's 0-2.
Be interesting to see what John Schneider does the rest of the game with Bichette. If this is his last at bat, or do they keep him out there and anticipating another at bat, possibly in the 9th inning?
Bichette, who's parachuted into this World Series after a month off. Guerrero runs on a foul.
Wow, he got a huge jump, and Trinan's not really concerning himself right now with 2 strikes on even trying to hold the runner, and you don't blame him trying to make that best pitch he can to get the hitter out. But he does take a long time to come to home plate.
Another 1-2 pitch. Breaking ball fouled off. Bichette trying to play Kyle Schwarber for the Toronto Blue Jays, like Schwarber did for the Cubs in their drought-snapping World Series in 2016.
And that's still the greatest thing I've ever seen. Like, he was out forever.
Yeah. Injured his knee first week of the year. Came back, hit 400 in the World Series.
I mean, Volley was tracking ball after ball after ball and just seeing and trying to get his time. You can't do what he did in the World Series. At least here, the time elapse is not as great, but still remarkable that he's in the World Series.
2 disengagements. That means Trinan, if he goes to first, has to get him or it's a block. He goes again and fouled again.
Yeah, but the new rule, if you're not familiar with it, if he throws over to first and he doesn't get him, then the runner gets to go to second no matter what. So the 3 disengagement rules has only happened a couple times personally for me that I've seen, but it does give the runner now leverage to be a little more frisky.
Yeah, a little froggier out there. But it happened too many times for Vlad Jr. Not usually a menace on the bases. Not going this time. Bichette down the line, a fair ball. Ricochets back into play. Teoscar Hernandez scrambles after it. How fast can Vlad run? Throw to the plate. Play at the plate. He's safe. He scores from first. Toronto leads game 3. Wow, smacks home plate, and it's 5-4 Blue Jays in the 7th.
2 out, harmless base hit, and then the ball down the line, and it ricochets away from Teoscar. He gets it as fast as he can and throws it with a cut action on the ball, and that's all it took to be away from basically an out to safe at home, because the ball was there in plenty of time, but he had cut that throw off to Will Smith, had to go get it.
And here's the other answer to your question. Bo Bichette will be pinch run for, so he's done his job. And it would have to be deliberate contact from anybody down there for it to be ruled a dead ball.
Number 7,
and then it would be the umpire's judgment where to place the runners. In this case, they play on, and Bo Bichette, with 2 outs, has scored Vlad Guerrero Jr. from first. That dynamic duo that restored hope and restored excitement around the Blue Jays years ago when they arrived have combined to give them the lead in game 3. So pinch runner over at first. Isaiah Kiner-Falefa struck 1 on Dalton Varsho.
Another example of the Toronto Blue Jays. 2 strikes so quickly. Foul ball, and then a base hit. And they get so many 2-out runs. Only behind the Dodgers are the Blue Jays in the most 2-out runs in the league. You got to touch the corner of the bases, and you got to do this at a level where if you're going to be safe by inches, you cannot make any mistakes when you're hitting the corners of those bags. He didn't.
How about the reel that Vlad Guerrero Jr. is putting together in this game? He's got what he normally does. He's reached base twice with a walk and a single. He scored 2 runs, but the defensive play and now the base run.
Yeah, that defensive play was something. How about him getting that big hit?
Varsho with a cue shot. Not going to be an easy play. Muncy has none. Second infield hit for the Jays.
They're not only creating stress on the Dodgers, the fans got a little stress right now in a 1-run game here in the 7th inning, and the man that's at the plate is the biggest reason why the Blue Jays are even in this game. That 3-run homer and a single with an opportunity to add on with 2 outs again.
Here on Tommy Edman loomed large with a home run from Kirk. And 2 batters after that. He's got 2 runners aboard here. A 5-4 game in the 7th. Trinan throws. Kirk takes the ball. And after Justin Robleski retires 5 of the 6 that he faces, including the last 4, Trinan's come in, and 3 in a row have reached against him.
He's coming over the top of a sinker. When you see a sinker pulled and not the action that we're used to seeing, that's just not mechanically behind the ball.
Burke swats it to second. There's Tommy Edman. That's the inning, but the Blue Jays do it with 2 outs. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. reaches out, singles into center field, and then scores all the way from first. They're rocking at the watch party back in Toronto. Rogers Center, full of Blue Jays fans, partying like it's '93. Now the whole world getting to see all the dimensions of Vladimir Guerrero Jr.'s game in that 1 inning alone.
That was a great throw as he slips, and then the run that he made around the bases, never anticipating and assuming that it was just going to be at third, and then taking a nice break.
Says I earned it. And the Blue Jays are back in front here in game 3. To the bottom of the 7th we go. 9-1-2 for the Dodgers. Anthony Dominguez is on, and he's over the inside corner with a strike to Andy Pajes. Quietly, Dominguez the last couple times out has really looked good.
Yeah, he has. He's got that electric fastball. Command can be a little bit of an issue in that split finger along with the slider. But the Dodgers have done a nice job tonight with 7 of their 17, 7 for 17 with 2 strikes, with a couple homers and only 5 strikeouts.
Usually teams hit about 150 with 2 strikes out. 1-2 on Andy Pajes. Ohtani waits on deck. 3 for 3 tonight, 3 extra base hits. Dominguez comes home. Pajes lays off, trying to justify his manager's faith in him, keeping him in the lineup here with all his struggles in this postseason. Dave Roberts hoping for a microcosm of his whole season, or looked like he was maybe going to lose his job about a month in. He was looking over his shoulder, thinking he's going to get sent to AAA. Kiner-Falefa stays in, plays second, by the way. But took off from there after that bad first month. Breakout second year for Pajes. Can he find it in October the way he did in the regular season? 2-2 against Dominguez. Pajes fouls it off, stays alive. Another 2-2. Ball outside, ball 3. The knock on Pajes has been that he chases too much. Tough take right there. He's worked it full. Payoff. Barger and right. First out of the 7th. Fox 4 Side is powered by Google Cloud as Ohtani makes his way to the plate. He is 6 for his last 6 at Dodger Stadium with 6 extra base hits. That's never been done in the postseason.
That's incredible. I like this meeting at the mound right now because I'm pretty sure they're going to say keep the ball away. Outside corner. Splits away. Do not mess inside or that part of the plate that we've been showing you where all his hits are.
Here he is. Seems like he always delivers when the moment calls for it. Shohei Ohtani is 3 for 3 tonight. 2 doubles and a home run. 6 out of his last 6. 4 home runs, 2 doubles in this ballpark. Jays do not have many left-handed options. That splitter that you're talking about with Dominguez makes him one of their best options against Ohtani.
Now what Ohtani's going to be looking for is that fastball that he pulls. And if he pulls it, it has cutting action that comes back into the barrel of the bat. When you pitch late in the game, I don't care who you are. Location, location, location is the most important thing.
Ohtani on a center cut fastball. Blast one and ties it. Shohei 5-5. Once in forever, Shohei Ohtani, who will start Game 4 in 24 hours. He has tied Game 3 with his second home run of the night. And he's tied Frank Isbell as the only guys in World Series history to have 4 extra base hits in one game.
Unbelievable. And just as soon as you get out of your mouth, location, location, location. You cannot miss there. And that meeting was probably a reinforcement, and he did. He pulled that fastball right down the middle. And the greatest player on the planet might have been struggling coming into that 4th game here at home. He ain't struggling. The last 2.
Oh my goodness. That's on 1-2. Swings and misses for strike 3. Right down the middle.
Yeah, I mean, this is why, again, you can't make that mistake. And every once in a while, a pitcher's going to do it, but when you do it to that guy, crowd speaks for the rest. Hadn't hit a ball over there the entire postseason. Everything was pulled. He gets a double earlier in the game over there, which puts him in a good place, and then he hits an opposite field home run.
Freddie Freeman. 1-0 from Dominguez. Ball high, ball 2. That's the swing Dave Roberts has been calling for. He got so pull happy. Waited. Doubled the other way in the 5th. Homered the other way. No doubt shot in the 7th. 2-0 to Freddie Freeman. Ball 3. He didn't have to do anything that he's not used to doing. When Shohei Ohtani is right, that's what he does. He hits the ball to left like he's a right-handed pull hitter. 4-pitch walk to Freddie Freeman, and the go-ahead run is aboard. Learned to hit it like that back in Japan. As a little leaguer, there was a river beyond the right field wall, and he kept on losing balls out there. They said, buddy, we're going to run out of baseballs unless you learn to hit it the other way. So he said, okay, I'll start hitting my home runs over the left field wall. Now he does it in the World Series.
Well, Dominguez, the last 2 now, other than you can get away with a pulled fastball against Betts because he's a right-handed hitter, but the last 2 left-handed hitters, not the lane you want to be in.
Ball on Smith. We've seen Freddie Freeman attempt to steal in this game. Don't fall asleep on him if you're Dominguez. Right after the Jays tie it with their stars on the top of the 7th. The Dodgers have tied it with the biggest star of them all. Will Smith, Game 2 hero, fouls it back. And again, he's coming off 6 shutout innings in the clinching game of the championship series. He'll start tomorrow night. Never seen anything like it. Probably never will again. Ball 2. What a gift it is for all of us to watch a guy do something that you're not supposed to be able to do. He makes you rethink what's possible. Awe and wonder. Such important things that can be hard to find. Smith on 2, takes ball 3. But he inspires it almost every night. Smith chops it foul.
And wait till you get to see what he does best. Yeah, that's pitch.
That's his favorite thing.
Most people don't think that, and because he's been hurt, you haven't been able to see. His ability to pitch trumps with his ability to hit. It's mind-boggling.
Head start for the go-ahead run at first. Freeman takes off. Smith takes ball 4. Go ahead, run into scoring position. Tonight's telecast is sponsored by Google Cloud, the official AI partner of MLB. Catch the game like never before with Google Cloud AI.
John Snyder is in a really tough predicament right now. Tie game, 2 outs, and he wants his guy so badly to get that 3rd out and then reset what decision he makes to put in a reliever after him. But badly missing location-wise, and now he's got Bassett up in the pen.
Muncy trying to give the Dodgers the lead. First pitch. Pops it foul. And he had one on a tee as well. Dominguez playing with fire in this inning. Both teams with one of their trusted relievers giving up runs here in the 7th.
He's not connected to that pitch. That pitch is a weapon for him, and he's got a long arm swing, which is erratic with the fastball, but it has such great four-seam spin. He can get away with it up in the zone. But that's the pitch he needs against left-handed batters, and he just does not. Has not thrown one good one yet.
Teoscar Hernandez waits on deck. Chris Bassett continuing to get ready. Freddie Freeman at second, the go-ahead run. 2-1 pitch. Muncy lays off, ball 3. Series tied, game tied, tension. 3-1 pitch. Bouncing ball at second, kind of for left. That's the inning. Shohei Ohtani strikes again. Jaw-dropping. Otherworldly. His second home run of the ball game. His 4th extra base hit. And back in Oshu. And all over the world, they're going crazy. Tied at 5 after 7 innings in game 3. Locked at 5, top of the 8th inning. Addison Barger leads off for the Blue Jays, and Jack Dreyer throws his first pitch in almost 3 weeks. It's a breaking ball that gets a swing and a miss from the rookie. Came out of the middle of nowhere this year to play a big role for the Dodgers. Barger grounds one past the mound at second. Betts cuts off open in the 3rd, and another defensive misplay opens the door for the Blue Jays. How many paper cuts can you sustain and survive if you're the Dodgers?
Man, this has been one of those games we'll talk about for a long time.
Betts cuts in front of Edman there. His momentum taking him towards first. But then his throw is in the dirt, and Barger's on to open the 8th inning. We talk about the Dodgers' misplays, but also the Blue Jays do this to teams. Put the pressure on them by putting the ball in play. So now it's Ernie Clement. Out of the 8th spot. 1 for 3 today. 423 in the playoffs. Muncy's even with the bag at 3rd. Here comes Dreyer. Clement skies it to right center field. Going to get him on 1 pitch. Teoscar Hernandez for the first out of the 8th. If you happen to just tune in, I'm sorry. You're going to need to go back and rewatch this one on the app. 5-5, and what a thriller it has been. That is all Ohtani. If you're wondering who's tonight, haven't heard of him. How about him? Shohei Ohtani is 4 for 4, 2 doubles, 2 home runs.
And when he hit that one, he unlocked the line.
Jimenez. Pinch runner over at first, by the way. Miles Straw has come into run. Straw can fly. Jimenez slaps a base hit the other way. The Blue Jays 9 hitters sets the table for the top of the order. But again, the top of the order looks a lot different. George Springer left this game his last time up with what appeared to be an oblique injury. And so Ty France instead of Springer is coming up here.
Ty France has an opportunity to get his first moment in World Series play for him.
Hadn't played in the postseason in 3 years. That was just a couple of games with Seattle. Dave Roberts is headed out there as France heads back towards the dugout. Hiroki Sasaki's ready to go. And Sasaki's going to come in here to make his World Series debut. Coming up after the game, stay tuned for the post-game show on Fox and FS1. Kevin Burkhardt, Alex Rodriguez, Big Papi, and Derek Jeter, presented by Strauss. Ty France, who finds himself thrusted into the spotlight right here off of the bench with Springer injured. And Hiroki Sasaki, the rookie closer, is on the pitch.
This guy throws 150. No, he throws 100 miles an hour with a great split finger. And what was a season that could have been lost, he's come back to help out the bullpen. The starter is now in relief, assuming the closer's role.
Straws at second, great speed. Jimenez at first. Tie game, top of the 8th. Ball 1 on that splitter. He throws 2 different pitches, the 150-mile-per-hour fastball you're talking about, and that splitter that is unlike any pitch in the majors. France, who came on for George Springer, struck out in the 7th. Postseason debut for him. Pulls one off the hands to third. Muncy has one play after the juggle. It's at first. Up to second and third go Straw and Jimenez.
Well, he had one play mainly because the runner at first got such a huge jump and put the pressure. And you know he's frustrated. But once he didn't get it clean, that juggle right there could not take the chance to go to second base.
It'll be up to Nathan Lucas here. Dodgers have already given up 2 unearned runs in this game. And remember, the leadoff man reached because of the error on Betts. Can the Jays make him pay one more time?
Well, I'll tell you what else that does now. I mean, the runner at third is going to be there anyways, but the splitter in the dirt, you got to look for and pressure on Smith.
Oh, my goodness. Disappears.
Most of the innings he's come in has been clean, but look at that tumbling split finger. But it is going to be one that now you've got to really trust your catcher because he's going to throw it in the dirt.
Here's 0-1. Here's that same pitch, misses outside. He's just 23 years old, Hiroki Sasaki. Came over here as a starting pitcher, was terrible over the first month. Missed most of the season. And then look what they found down the stretch. His 1-1 to Lucas. Drops off the table, 1-2.
I mean, I don't think he'll do it, but if he threw a high fastball again, same thing. 2 slow pitches he swung at. I mean, if it's not broke, don't fix it. I'm sure that's what he'll go to, but a high fastball would be like swinging underwater.
Oh, what a stop by Smith.
There it is.
Will Smith having to play goalie back there.
Didn't Hideo Nomo throw out the first pitch today? Did he throw a splitter in the first pitch?
He may have. Straw dancing off third. Sasaki's 2-2 to Lucas. Bounce back to him. Rocky's got it. Over to first in the dirt, but Freeman has it. Sasaki's out of this inning. And this thrill ride of a game 3 goes to the bottom of the 8th, tied at 5. Wow. Just bust the move. What a gift this ball game has been. Tied at 5 to the bottom of the 8th with this series tied at a game apiece. And Chris Bassett, who's retired 11 of the 12 that he's faced in this postseason, comes in.
I don't see a scenario in this inning where Ohtani gets pitched to short of bases loaded and 1 out, where there's no room to pitch to him. So the Dodgers are going to have to do this from this inning on without Ohtani, because they're not going to pitch to him after the performance he has put on thus far.
Teoscar Hernandez, who's gone deep in this game, leads off the 8th and takes ball 1. Tommy Edman, Kike Hernandez to follow. The bullpen's having to carry the load, and it has been a shaky one for both. Fluharty to Varland to Dominguez. Now Chris Bassett, the converted starter. Home with a 1-0 pitch. Hernandez takes ball 2.
Hernandez, it's the best he's looked. Taking pitches. Yeah, he swung at a couple out of the zone, but he has obviously clobbered a home run. Gotten a base hit.
On this 2-0 pitch, Teoscar sends a fly ball into shallow center field. On comes Varsho. He's there for the first out of the 8th. Earlier tonight, 3 youths from the Make-A-Wish Foundation, whose wish it was to go to the World Series, were treated to a one-of-a-kind VIP experience. Since 2000, Major League Baseball has granted more than 100 wishes to go to the All-Star Game and the World Series, like these kids got 2 today. Go to MLBtogether.com to learn more. Well, it's another chance here for Tommy Edman to atone for his error back in the 4th inning that laid the table for Alejandro Kirk's 3-run home run. Tommy tanks, as they call him. Watches one go backdoor for a strike. Edman was the LCS MVP last year. Was big in the World Series. He has not really hit in the regular season in his 2 years since coming to the Dodgers, but has been a postseason star. Sends a fly ball to shallow left. Straw is there. 2 routine outs to begin the 8th for Bassett. And a quick word from Capital One. Here's Hernandez.
So now there's no scenario if he gets up. He don't even need to hold a bat in the on-deck circle. The first 2 outs were big for a lot of reasons for Bassett.
And for the Blue Jays in the top of the 9th inning, Guerrero will lead things off. Bobichette's out of this game. Isaiah Kiner-Falefa due up second. And then it's Dalton Varsho. Gone deep onto the bench today, starting with the injury to Springer. Then just moving the pieces in this chess match. Tie game in the 8th. Kike Hernandez takes a strike.
Funky arm delivery, legs, everything about Bassett as a starter. He just feeds off of deception and velocity differences, meaning 15 to 18 miles between his slow breaking ball and his sinker. He's got much different ways to get you out.
And he's ahead 0-2. Game 4 this series tomorrow night. Ohtani will pitch it against Shane Bieber of the Blue Jays. Bassett looking for a 1-2-3-8. His 0-2. It is cut on and missed. Strike 3. Chris Bassett continues to roll, a pivotal role for these Blue Jays out of the pen. And guess who's coming up? Vlad Jr. in a 5-5 game. Sasaki, who has gone as many as 3 innings in this postseason, stays on here. No surprise. Vladimir Guerrero Jr., who's only done everything in this game, leads off. On twice, 2 runs scored, made an impact with his legs and with his glove. Ball. And he takes one that's just a little bit low.
And you see Sasaki pitch. It's such a back leg drive downhill. Tremendous leg strength on that back leg when he's pitching. And that's how a guy who's not doesn't look like he can bench press a lot of weight, but he can throw 100 miles an hour and have that splitter drop off the table.
Fires the 1-1 pitch. Guerrero flies it to right center field. No big deal for Teoscar Hernandez. And a sigh of relief for Sasaki and the Dodgers as they get Guerrero. Last out for the top of the 8th. Sasaki needed every bit of that 6'3", 6'4" frame, and then he panics and like loses all semblance of athleticism and bowls it over there.
Yeah, that ball was slipping out of his hands. It looked like when he was tossing it.
The wet bar of soap. Came on as a pinch runner for Bo Bichette and takes a ball. Connor Falefa, one of the hardest guys in the league to strike out. In for his defense, but trying to make life tough on Sasaki. Ball 2-0.
And the other thing, if he's able to get a walk or get on base, I mean, 4 stolen bases against, I know that's not a lot, but no caught stealing against Sasaki.
Ball 3. This is a guy you're going to come right after.
He is. He's coming right after him, but just missing the strike zone. He'll work his way back in it on this 3-0 pitch.
Varsho waits on deck. Connor Falefa waits on 3-0. 3-1. For the Dodgers in the bottom of the 9th, 9-1-2. And the only thing I said that just matters is 1.
Yeah, it's 9 and 2 that are coming up to the plate. 1 is going to be on first.
That's a walk for Connor Falefa.
Now we'll see how aggressive John Schneider wants to be here. Does have that low, long leg kick to home. But then a left-hander up does open up the ability for that hole between first and second. But you would only be able to hit a split finger in that hole. You're not going to hit the fastball, I wouldn't think, on the ground.
First one to Varsho. Ball splitter misses away. Problem for the Dodgers here is that if Sasaki goes into a stretch where he just can't figure it out, what do you do? Already used Blake Trinan, already used Anthony Banda, without Alex Vesia. Varsho's out in front. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Got to hold the ball in his hand with a split finger, and then when he goes to the glove, that's when you make the pitch change and the grip change. Can't do it the other way.
In the dirt, and Will Smith again saves the Dodgers.
Because it's a true split finger, he has to dig deep in between those fingers to put his grip behind him. You watch the block and see that split finger grip. That is, it would be a tell sign if he were to do it the other way and dig in his glove to get that grip.
2-1 pitch. Varsho fouls it off, and it's 2-2. Down to Kenny.
Joe, if you step back from this incredible back and forth, you can make the argument that the Blue Jays desperately need this game. George Springer looks like he might be out. Bo Bichette might not play tomorrow. In the pitching matchup tomorrow, Ohtani versus Shane Bieber favors the Dodgers.
Varsho takes ball 3. Pitching matchups are always going to favor the Dodgers in this series. The Blue Jays have to have somebody come up with a big hit. That offense that got them here is going to need to keep them going, and if they're going to win it, offense will be the reason why. On a 3-2, Varsho pulls it off Freeman's glove and down the line. Kind of Falefa heads for third. Edmonds throw. There's a play. He's out.
This is such a great play by Edman. Now, kind of Falefa did not turn around. He's anticipating that ball got by Edman. And when Edman got the ball, he immediately threw to third. And that slide gets up an incredible defensive play. The throw couldn't be any better. And it was the challenge that you had to make if you're the Toronto Blue Jays to get to third with less than 2 outs. But the play was made.
Tommy Edman said, let me do my best Vlad Jr. impression and fire a strike over to third. We've seen both teams run into an out at third base tonight.
Well, you kept talking about how can he redeem himself. He just did redeem himself from that error, because that's a game-saving, inning-saving play with the guy at the plate that you know is going to make contact and possibly get that runner in, the go-ahead run.
A message from Mark Pryor and a message from Corona. John, this is one of the most exciting games I've ever watched.
Well, there's been everything. There's been plays that we would normally never see not made, and then there's plays we've seen that would never be made on both sides. Like this probability of making that play is so incredible. We saw what Guerrero was able to do on a similar play, and you got to be ready for the moment. You've got to be able to think in baseball and react. Think about what you're going to do if this happens, and then react and do it.
Here's Kirk.
Ball, it's in.
1 ball, no strikes.
Jeff Hoffman. I would think he's only coming in if they get the lead right here.
Sasaki's 1-0 pitch. Alejandro Kirk. Ball. Takes ball 2. After Kirk, it's Straw. Well, they've gotten better defensively. They've gotten worse offensively with IKF in the game, with Straw in the game instead of Barger. 2-0. That's a strike.
One step off.
I think they gave him a step off where it was an engagement, and he would, once you go to the rubber and you set and then step off, even though he wasn't ready, that's a disengagement to first.
Dalton Varsho just 2 stolen bases this year, conservative lead. Ball, and that is ball 3 on Kirk. Go ahead, run at first. 2 gone, top of the 9th. Sasaki to Kirk with a 3-1. That's ball 4, and the go-ahead run moves into scoring position.
Well, the meeting at the mound was to say you do not have to give in and pitch to him. That's not a disrespect to the guy that's on deck. It's just respect to the guy that was at the plate, because he's more connected offensively than Miles Straw is, and that doesn't mean he can't get the hit right here, and it would be a huge one with 2 outs.
And in a crazy full circle moment, Miles Straw, who was only acquired this offseason as part of a deal to free up money for the Blue Jays to give to Roki Sasaki, now faces him with Game 3 of the World Series on the line.
Ball.
1-0. He was in AAA last year with the Cleveland Guardians. They need to move money around to have bonus money to offer to Sasaki as he made his decision. He obviously chose the Dodgers, and they were left with Straw. Pops it foul. And Straw's been way better than they anticipated. They thought that they had dead weight, but he's come over and been a key player for him at times. In the 5-5 game in the 9th, Clayton Kershaw begins to warm.
You know what that heartbeat's like right now for Clayton.
Sasaki's 1-1. Straw grounds one left side. Muncie's got it. Short way to second to the bottom of the 9th. Blue Jays 5, Dodgers 5. Pages, Ohtani, and Betts coming up. Series tied at a game apiece. Game 3 tied at 5 to the bottom of the 9th. The 3 walk-off wins in Dodger World Series history. Gibson in '88, matched by Freddie Freeman last year with his grand slam, and Max Muncy, the longest game in World Series history, in the 18th inning in Game 3 in 2018, did it against Boston. It will be Jeff Hoffman to face Anthony Pages, Shohei Ohtani, and Mookie Betts. Pages, who's had a disastrous postseason. Could wipe that all away with one swing. Hoffman, who nearly lost his closer's job down the stretch, has recaptured it here in the postseason. Pages rounds it foul. Strike two.
Good fastball slider split out of Hoffman. He's fairly fresh. They haven't had to use too much of him. He did pitch those 2 innings in Game 6 in the previous series. Followed it up with Game 7, 9th inning.
Not a person sitting here. 50,000 plus. 0-2 pitch to Andy Pages. Fouls it off and stays alive. He looms on deck with 4 extra base hits already tonight. 2 doubles, 2 home runs. Another 0-2 pitch. Pages fouls it off. A lot of the questions leading up to this Game 3 of Dave Roberts were about Pages. Would he pull him? Would he put somebody else in there? Kept him in for his center field defense. Now hoping and praying about his bat on a 2-strike pitch. Ball 1. 7 of the 10 hits for the team tonight have come with 2 strikes.
Pretty impressive. Hard to do, especially this time of the year. Like the pitchers you're facing.
Hoffman's 1-2. Pages. Oh, lays off. Fastball near the knuckles. Evens the count 2-2. Dodgers looking for a Game 3 hero. 2-2 to Pages. Chopped down the line and foul.
I mean, you talk about protecting the lines for doubles. You can't stand in foul territory, but he's on that line. And he's going to make sure that nothing gets by him. That is protecting no doubles. It's called no doubles. So what it does do is open up the hole for singles.
The 8th pitch to Pages. Another foul.
I don't know if he'll do this because he's got such a good slider, but throwing a split down and in where he's swinging at those fastballs, he would swing over the top of it.
Ohtani waits on deck as Pages waits on the 9th pitch. And lays off ball 3. If he reaches, you're still walking.
No.
Okay.
He's going to. I don't think he's going to. Bringing in Hoffman, I don't think he's going to walk him anyways. But
the 10th pitch is popped up right side of the diamond. Isaiah Kiner-Falefa, a marathon that Hoffman wins. And here comes Shohei Ohtani.
Oh, they are going to walk him. Now you bring in a stolen base.
Had 53 of those last year.
At least I thought they were. I thought I saw the sign of 4 fingers. But maybe it was. Yeah, okay.
Didn't run as much this year as he transferred that energy to pitching. But we asked Dave Roberts before the start of this series, do you think he starts to run again in this World Series? And he said, absolutely. You see the finish line. Everything's in play. And so are you potentially walking the winning run into scoring position here? Does he take off with Mookie Betts at the plate? Betts has homered against Hoffman twice.
Let's go. I mean, Snyder's in a no-win situation, right? You got a guy that's 4 for 4, 7 for his last 7, and it's kind of like your only option is to walk him and see if somebody else can beat you.
There he goes. Ball from Kirk. Oh, he's off the bat. He got him. He
incredible by Kirk. I mean, incredible. Great jump, and the throw is right there. And he's safe until
Los Angeles is challenging the out call at second
Well, you're
base.
right. He was safe until he came off. Did he get back on? They're going to challenge.
This is why you keep the tag on, and yes, he's out. It looked like he had the ball, the glove in between his legs there. We'll get another look right here. You see the tag, you hold it, and he's out.
Yep.
That's why you hold the tag. Because of that, the speed of which the runner's going in and avoiding the tag. So it's going to be a stolen base, right? And then
After review, the call in the field is confirmed. The runner is out.
no, that's not a stolen base. He's going to be out either way. Okay.
Los Angeles has no
So the
challenge
winning run
remaining.
is wiped off of the bases as Ohtani, trying to steal second, comes off of the bag. And now it is all up to Mookie Betts to try and end this in regulation for the Dodgers.
I'm trying to think what else we could have happen in this game that would trump whatever's been happening so far. Safe, and then not safe.
We got baseball bingo for sure. Pitch was a ball, so it's 1-0 on Betts. Ball 2. On a night where Ohtani has exploded to life. Freddie Freeman has reached 3 times. Mookie Betts is the lone remaining star for the Dodgers yet to get going. 1 for 11 in this World Series.
You're Hoffman, you don't want to get beat middle in. If he hits a fly ball to right field for a homer, so be it. You take away that power stroke down and in, which is Mookie so good. You just have to think about the only place that someone can beat you when there's 2 outs, nobody on, and you stay away from that place.
Here's a 2-1 pitch. Betts flies it down the right field line. Here comes Lucas. Out goes Guerrero. Lucas still coming. He's in the foul ground to make the catch. And to send this Game 3 thriller to the 10th inning, where Emmett Sheehan is ready to go. Dodgers have Ohtani aboard, but he's wiped off as he pops off the bag. What else does this game have in store? Wow. They'll start Saturday strong with the undefeated top-ranked Ohio State Buckeyes as they face off against rival Penn State at the Horseshoe. All starts at 10 a.m. Eastern with Big Noon Kickoff live from Columbus, and then Penn State, Ohio State. Big Noon Saturday only on Fox. With so many celebrities here that we're doing 2 celebrity rips here. Pat Sajak, Hall of Famer Adrian Beltre, the former Dodger. Biebs is here. Brother from another mother starting tomorrow's game.
Yes, he is.
Bieber, not related. Run foul. 5-5 game. Back inside Dodger Stadium. Back inside this broadcast booth. Holy cow. I hope you're enjoying this game as much as we are. If you have vested interest in either one of these teams, probably enjoyable's not been the word. This has been high stress.
It's going to be a serious jolt for whoever wins this game. Obviously, Game 3 so important in a best-of-7, but the way this game has gone is going to be doubly important. Because the energy this team is going to draw from whoever wins this game is going to feel like winning 2.
Emmett Sheehan comes out of the Dodger bullpen. Both these managers are having to go to guys that they don't want to go to in a tight game like this, but they have no choice with the bullpens digging deep. Ernie Clement pops this one up right side of the diamond for Freddie Freeman. And they will savor every out they can get from here on forward. Emmett Sheehan pitched in the first game of this World Series. And they thought that he was tipping his pitches and that was the problem. But 4 batters faced, 3 runs scored. And he's given up a run in all 4 games that he's pitched in this postseason. Andres Jimenez with the top of the order after him. Nasty change.
He's got nasty stuff. I mean, he just missed too much in the middle when he gets beat up a little bit that game, but he's got electric fastball, secondary stuff. comes down to confidence, right?
Ball. Figuring something like that out, that okay, maybe there's a reason I've been getting hit, been tipping, can that totally transform you mentally?
You have no idea. It's the worst nightmare of a pitcher. Supposed to have everybody looking out for that, and sometimes it just goes unnoticed, but the other team can pick something up, and once they do, they eliminate a pitch. Hitting's a lot easier.
Meadows on one, waves over the top of that changeup. Strike 2.
And it's got to be absolute, because hitters don't want to be wrong. If they've been given something and it doesn't come through, that's miserable.
I'm going to cheat on something. You better be right.
Yeah.
1 ball, 2 strikes on Andres Gimenez. Tie game, top of the 10th. Sheehan rocks and fires. And strikes him out.
We're in one of those rare games when the Blue Jays score 5 runs, they're nearly unbeatable. They're going to need more than 5 tonight, and so are the Dodgers.
Justin Robleski cheering on a fellow underdog coming out of that bullpen. Ty France, top of the order. And how much did the Blue Jays miss George Springer the last time this spot in the order came up? It was the 8th inning. They had 1st and 3rd with 1 out, and France battled, but he grounded out. Is France, and no matter how good he is, Springer, one of the great postseason players of the generation. Fly to left, down in front of Kike Hernandez, and Ty France has his first hit here in his first game of the postseason for the Jays.
Well, I can tell you one thing, the young man that's at the plate right now, hard to strike out, but he's going to be swinging hard. And early on, trying to get a pitch in the middle of the plate to drive. The outfield's going to play with no doubles and play deep. So the opportunity to get a soft single is obviously increased.
Davis Schneider is pinch running for Ty France, and so the only guy left on John Schneider's bench is his backup catcher, Tyler Heineman. Dave Roberts' bench, meanwhile, all 5 guys still available. So Schneider pinch running, and here is Lucas. Extended his on-base streak to 11 games with a walk earlier tonight, but he's 0 for 4. Down the line towards the corner. It's a fair ball. Schneider on his horse. Hernandez picks it up. Schneider's headed home. Relay from Edman. Play at the plate. He's out. Restart time. Baseball beauty. A Game 3 classic goes to the bottom of the 10th.
With Guerrero on deck. The last out's made at home.
All calls to plate and also blocking of the plate.
They're going to challenge whether he blocked the plate didn't give him a lane, but I don't know that that'll ever get overturned. But gutsy play, gutsy call, because Guerrero's on deck. And the last out being made at home plate.
Wow. Defense has taketh and defense has giveth in this ball game. There have been some ugly plays that'll look like they would doom teams. There have been some saving plays. And again, it was Tommy Edman who had the assist over to third base just 1 inning ago that completed this relay from Teoscar Hernandez to get Davis Schneider at home.
After review, the call of out is confirmed. Also, the call of blocking confirmed. There was no blocking. Toronto has no challenges left.
And so now we go to the bottom of the 10th inning, where the Dodgers have Freddie Freeman, Will Smith, and Max Muncy coming up with a chance to win it. A familiar hero for the Dodgers right here. 3 walk-off wins in their World Series history, and the guy headed to the plate has the most recent of those with his game-1 walk-off grand slam last year. Jeff Hoffman stays in. Yeah, and he'll face 3, 4, and 5 in the Dodge order. Freddie Freeman, Will Smith, Max Muncy. Series tied at a game apiece. Here we go, bottom of the 10th. Freeman takes ball 1.
Needed 2 perfect throws, and they got it. And we've had bang-bang plays at the plate, some safe, some out.
Freeman fouls it off.
2 perfect throws with Vladimir Guerrero on deck. Standing there, wishing that was different.
On a 1-1 pitch, Freddie Freeman takes outside, ball 2. A hit and 2 walks in this game for Freeman. Who will it be in game 3? Freeman swings and misses 2-2. Got so many little subplots leading up to this. So many characters play a role. Somebody, though, is going to be the guy they talk about as the game 3 hero. Freeman on 2-2. Takes ball 3. Payoff. High pop up. Does Clement have room? He does for the first out of the 10th. We have with us this year rules expert Mark Carlson in his 27th season as an umpire. Mark, what were they looking for on the blocking of the plate?
Hey, Joe. Yes, they're looking for the catcher's initial setup prior to receiving the ball, and then after he receives the ball, then he's able to, step back and put his foot in front of the plate and block the plate because he's already has possession of the ball.
And then would the runner be able to run over the catcher at that point?
The runner's able to, collide into the catcher if, the catcher has the ball, as long as he's not going out of his base path to intentionally take him out.
All right,
yes.
Mark, thank you. And Will Smith was that guy in that play. Is at the plate right here.
The catcher at home, but that was a situation he had already kind of made up his mind to slide, and once he slid, there was nowhere to go.
Off home runs. Green light to try and end the game if he wants it. Takes it at the top of the zone, strike 1. Here's the guy that broke the tie in game 2. Here in the 10th, Will Smith. And the winning run reaches. That's a painful way to take what would have been ball 4. Smith is on, and Max Muncy's coming up. Man, oh man, for Hoffman, 2 of the 3 guys that he faces in this inning have World Series walk-offs on their resumes. This guy right here in 2018. And he's hit more home runs than anybody in Dodger postseason history.
He's coming out of a split finger fastball, meaning he's pulling more towards first base to get that ball to break. You got to break it with your hand and trust your mechanics. Obviously, he's in extra inning mode here and extra work.
.1-0 from Hoffman. Muncy takes a strike. That 18th inning walk-off against Boston in 2018 was in game 3. Folks have been standing for an hour. On a 1-1 pitch, Muncy fouls off a high fastball. Strike 2. Blue Jays have Braden Fisher warming in the bullpen. Jeff Hoffman about to throw his 29th pitch here in his 2 innings of work. Winning run at first, 1 away. 1-2 pitch. Muncy takes strike 3 for out number 2.
It's not where he wanted that split finger, but it froze Muncy because it started in and held its lane in the strike zone. Typically, you want that on the outer third. See how he pulled it? And it looks like it's going to come in and be a ball and just catches the inside part of the plate. A pitch he never intended to throw in that spot worked out.
There's Teoscar Hernandez that started the scoring in this thriller way back in the 2nd inning with a solo shot. Pops it up. Headed for the seats and a souvenir. Strike 1 on Hernandez.
All right, that's the last one he can throw in that area. You see a lonely spot for one of the greatest pitchers ever in Clayton Kershaw, wondering when his number might be called. The longer this game goes, the better the chances are.
You asked what have we not seen in this game? I guess that would be the last box to check.
Yeah.
Hall of Famer comes out of the bullpen. Teoscar saying, forget your check sheet. Try to end the game right here against the guy that he's taken deep before. The 0-1 pitch. Swing and a miss, and it's 0-2.
Now you work lower than low right there. You got 2 pitches to throw this pitch below where Lee just caught it.
On an 0-2 pitch. Hernandez. Pulls one left side and through. Hung a 2-strike pitch, and Hernandez belted it past Jimenez. Winning run into scoring position. And Tommy Edman coming up.
I tell you, he's lucky right there. I mean, he hung that one in the worst of times, but top spin got a hit and kept it in the park.
And after 4 strikeouts in Game 2, Teoscar Hernandez 3 for 5 with a home run in Game 3. Dodgers looking for some 10th inning magic.
The stress goes way up now on everybody. The outfielders, of course, can't play too shallow because there's 2 outs, and at the crack of the bat, he's going to be taken off, meaning Smith.
Tommy Edman. Right side. Vlad Guerrero Jr. puts it away and sends it to the 11th. Hoffman pitches around the traffic. And it'll be Vlad Jr. to lead off the 11th. What a game this is. Jays 5, Dodgers 5. To the 11th inning we go in Game 3. In a ballpark that once saw Game 3 go 18 innings. Joe Davis, John Smoltz, Ken Rosenthal, Tom Verducci. Glad you're with us as Emmett Sheehan stays in to pitch. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. leads off this inning.
Another one.
It'll be Guerrero, then Kiner-Falefa, then Varsho. And an issue with the pitch comm. Well, on the East Coast, it is tomorrow. And so later today, Shohei Ohtani is going to start Game 4.
Yes, he is. He did some special things today. 4 for 4 with a walk.
You have a chance to end Game 3 before he starts Game 4. He's due up 3rd. At the bottom of the 11th. So you've got Sheehan right here for Guerrero and Isaiah Kiner-Falefa. Does Clayton Kershaw then take over for Dalton Varsho? We've got a left-handed hitter. Or do they continue to push Sheehan? Running out of options, both these teams. First pitch of the 11th. Breaking pitch for a strike. Sheehan, the 6th Dodger reliever today. Ball worked a scoreless 10th inning. His first scoreless appearance of the postseason. And these bullpens have both cracked early Credit to him. Just the one run allowed by the Dodger pen. Goes back in the 7th. Guerrero sends a high fly ball to center field, but he just missed it, and Andy Pages will grab it for the first out.
Well, that bullpen has been pretty good, but also the defense behind the bullpen has saved some runs and outcomes that would have changed.
In the last 2 innings, John, we've had an out at second. Ohtani caught stealing there. We've had an out at third. Isaiah Kiner-Falefa caught by Tommy Edmonds. Great throw. And an out at home for David Schneider on a relay from Edmonds. In addition to Kershaw, 2 seldom used righties, Enriquez and Paul. That's all that's left for Dave Roberts. Ball 1 on Kiner-Falefa. Blue Jays situation a little bit better. They have Braden Fisher down there, Brendan Little, and Eric Lauer, who can give him some length. Hey! 1-1. Bouncing ball back to Sheehan. Stumbles a little bit, recovers. Nothing's been simple tonight, has it?
No, it hasn't.
Saw Sasaki at the end of his inning have a hard time making it easy over there to first. Oh.
Center field, Dalton Varsho.
2 up, 2 down for Sheehan. Bonda to Robleski to Trinan to Dreyer, Sasaki, now Sheehan. Varsho at the plate. 2 hits and a walk tonight.
Ball. 2 hits and a walk. He's got one thing on his mind. That's launch.
Braden Fisher's ready for the bottom of the 11th. And Varsho can do that with the best of them. 20 home runs in less than a half a season of games. For the Dodgers in the last of the 11th. Kike Hernandez, Andy Pages, Shohei Ohtani. And again, a full bench if Dave Roberts decides to use any of those guys.
In another situation of which I can't even think of where they would pitch to Shohei Ohtani.
Caught the corner. Look, will be a little bit up as well, but Sheehan gets the call.
It's an unhittable pitch. It's a ball, but got called a strike.
Sheehan's 1-2. He's gone 2-3-11. It's the first 1-2-3 inning for the Dodgers since the 3rd. 8-9-1 coming up. To the bottom of the 11th we go. Dodgers and Blue Jays tied at 5. Kike Hernandez will lead off. Then Andy Pages. Then Shohei Ohtani. The bullpen keeps on working. Both these pens having to go very deep. Braden Fisher comes on to pitch. Well, Fisher has faced 26 batters in this postseason, and 11 of them have reached. But Hoffman does his job. He's out of bullets, goes 2 full innings of work. So this is what they have left. His first pitch is high on Kike Hernandez.
Everything cuts. It's either cutter or curveball or slider. So the Dodger hitters have seen a lot of these pitches. And Fisher's going to have to be awfully good to get through this. However many innings he's been allowed to pitch in this game.
Hernandez, who's 2 for 4, is ahead 2-0. Fisher, a little more than a year ago, was a Dodger minor leaguer, a nameless Dodger minor leaguer, traded to the Blue Jays for Kevin Biggio. 7-0 as a rookie. His 2-0 pitch is outside for ball 3. Otani, who's due up third. 3-1 pitch. Hernandez swings and misses. If the Dodgers win this game, somebody's going to join that list of Gibby and Muncy and Freddie. This franchise's long history with 8 World Championships, 3 walk-off wins in the Fall Classic. As they look for back-to-back titles, Hernandez in the 11th sends one foul. No team has won back-to-back championships since the New York Yankees, the start of the century. Now another 3-2. A grounder foul. Playing the final countdown, but I don't believe you. I won't believe it till it's over, where this thing has gone. It's as if it doesn't want to end. Rally caps on as the 8th pitch comes home, and Hernandez goes down swinging. Fisher back from 3-0 to strike him out.
He saved his best breaking ball for last. Straight over the top breaking ball that stayed in the zone a long time. And he looked good a long time to P.K. Hernandez.
Pages the batter. Pages 0 for 4 today. 4 for 47 in the playoffs.
He is in serious pull mode. And when a guy's trying to pull, you got to get the ball on the outside part of the plate.
That's the third and caught by Clement. 2 gone in the 11th. Here's Otani, and he might as well walk on down there to first. Are you going to go after him? No way. Yep. Took his practice swing. Save your energy, Shohei, they tell him. And down to first base. Does he try to run again?
Absolutely.
The whole world knows that he's going. He's got a manager who once stole a base when the whole world knew that he was going to be trying to. And it changed the franchise's history. That's again after the three pads. Not going first pitch. It's strike 1. 0 for 5. 1 for 12 in the World Series. All forgotten with 1 swing. Still not running. Strike 2. Braden Fisher, after falling behind 3-0 to the first hitter, a strike away from getting this game to the 12th. Rookie in the biggest of spots. Home with an 0-2. Betts pulls one left side and through. Running run into scoring position. And the game again on Freddie Freeman's play.
Well, you know what you're going to get. You're going to get breaking ball, breaking ball, breaking ball, and the third one was laced in between. And Dave Roberts is going to go out and check on Otani. If this has something to do with a cramp in his calf.
And again, this is tomorrow's starting pitcher for the Dodgers. I mean, all these guys at this point got to be gassed. 11 innings of the highest stress baseball you're ever going to play. Going to stay in the game. One that Freddie Freeman has another chance to end. Led off the 10th inning, popped out.
right about there. He knows he's not going to third, but he also kind of gingerly got to second.
Once this game finishes, that becomes, after he rehaps this crazy game 3, the next big thing, his status for tomorrow's start. First things first. Freddie Freeman. Strike one. Grand slam that he hit last year, something that he does often. 18 career walk-off hits. Sends one in the air to left center field, and Miles Straw camps under it to send this game to the 12th inning. Still tied at 5. Marathon in game 3. All 10 runs of this game came over the first 7 innings. 4 straight innings with zeros put up by these bullpens and by these defenses. Go back to early. Barger had this outfield assist in the 3rd inning. That would have made it 3-0 Dodgers. But then it was the Dodgers trying to play some defense late. Tommy Edman back-to-back innings in the 9th and in the 10th. 3 guys out, once at third, once at home, and he saw Ohtani getting caught trying to steal second base after he was put on in the bottom of the 9th inning, and so we continue to the top of the 12th, 5-5.
Me and Dell were singing Little Runaway.
One of these teams going to run down a dream in this ball game. Let's go down to Tom Verducci.
Yeah, Shohei Ohtani, I think it was a case of a bit of cramping there. Nothing major to be concerned about, obviously. He stayed in the game. Remember, he's been on base 6 times today.
Yeah, not a normal DH night, although a couple of those times he got the jog around him. Emmett Sheehan stays in. Alejandro Kirk comes up and takes a ball. Emmett Sheehan, a converted starter, and so having only thrown 20 pitches here, still plenty in the tank.
Well, I'll tell you who's throwing a lot of pitches. Kershaw. He hasn't got the game yet.
Well, we got an inning or 2 under his belt down there.
There is no doubt. No one understands the adrenaline and heartbeat when you're in extra innings in the World Series and you know your name might get called. So trying to get ready every inning.
Kirk on 2-0. Fouls it off. Wants that one back. This is a guy who crushes those high fastballs better than anybody in baseball. He has a 3-run home run that feels like it was a week ago, but it was the 4th inning. That gave the Blue Jays the lead. Dodgers tied it up quickly after that. Back and forth we've gone until things have settled in here. As tense as it's been stable and tied at 5 since the 7th. Ball 3. Straw and Clement to follow.
Hey, that guy, he started
yesterday.
Yeah.
Both the starters are out of the game in the 5th inning. Glass now for the Dodgers, Scherzer for the Blue Jays. It was already going to be a long night for the bullpens. Kirk is on with a walk to begin this 12th. It's been 3 hours and 9 minutes since his go-ahead home run back in the 4th inning. Now he walks to open up the 12th.
The toughest of decisions is being made right now. Pinch running for Kirk. Wow. And mainly because he's the last player and mainly because there's no guarantee he's going to be in a position to score, but you almost feel like your best chance to score with only getting 1 hit, if you move the runner over or get him in the scoring position, is going to be via the pinch runner.
Tyler Heineman, the last guy on the roster, position player standpoint, is over there at first base as the go-ahead run. The local guy from the Palisades.
Because you got to believe Straw is probably going to be bunting here.
Ernie Clement's on deck. 7-hitter Straw, who is one of their best bunters. Squares. Takes strike 1.
I know each guy does it different, but if you square around too late, you miss the opportunity to see the pitch for what it's for. And I know when you square around too early, obviously the infielders can crash, but if you make a good bunt, there's nothing they can do about it. squaring around, seeing the pitch for what it is, and bunting it towards the first base line.
We've seen them put the pressure on the defense all night. This is foul, though, and strike 2. And again, Miles Straw, not just one of their best bunters, but second in the league with 11 sacrifice bunts this year.
I haven't watched him bunt all year, but it just looked like he's just late in his preparation. You got to establish the bat as your eyesight so that you use the bat for where the ball is to soften the blow of bunting it where you want to. Now, 2 strikes is a whole different story.
Hard to watch. Sheehan to Straw with an 0-2. He sticks with it, and it's overthrown. Straw going to stick to his guns. 2-strike bunt attempt coming from Straw.
Again, that was late. It's late getting into place. I mean, you're talking about 97 miles an hour if it's a fastball, and breaking ball. Get in position to get ready to bunt earlier.
You're not fooling him at this point. Muncy continues to creep in. Squares. Bunts it on a line to Freeman. They thought about a jump throw to a covering Edman, but hung on. 1 away. Well, this has become a story of missed opportunities here in extras.
Yeah, that for a guy who does it a lot, he's going to be very disappointed. I know with 2 strikes, you can't be worried about making a perfect bunt, but the one thing you have to do is get it on the ground.
Well, in the 5 half innings combined for these 2 teams, there have been base runners in 4 of them. Still looking for that first extra innings run. Ernie Clement. But the way that the Blue Jays got home field advantage in this World Series was a Sunday afternoon ball game right here at Dodger Stadium in August. After the Dodgers took the first 2, Ernie Clement had a game-winning home run in the 9th inning. Blue Jays ended the regular season with 1 more win than the Dodgers. 1 away here in the 12th. Clement gets under it, sends it back foul, strike 2. This was that home run. Without that win, this whole thing has changed. Games 1 and 2 are played at Dodger Stadium. We'd be in Toronto right now for Game 3.
And surprisingly, the Blue Jays tonight are really struggling on 4-seam fastballs.
Ground ball towards the middle. Edman with a backhand. Over to first in time, just barely to get Clement. Real hockey player skating down there, making a close play. But the throw beats him. Into scoring position goes Heineman. 2 out.
Yeah, no man's land, so you can't really toss.
Man, that was close. You're going to put Andres Gimenez on here. Here's another spot where the lack of George Springer looms massive. An intentional walk to the 9-hitter, which you can watch a full season of baseball and never see happen.
Yeah, I agree.
And now this is going to be the first at-bat for Davis Schneider, who replaced Ty France.
I think another good meeting right here, and they're going to the mound to let him know first pitch fastball hitter, and he wants to get after it. When you see George Springer, he takes an innocent swing, and then it's not so innocent. And that when you grab the back of your side as a hitter, it's the worst feeling in the world, and usually doesn't just last for that moment.
And so it's Davis Schneider with his shot. Because it was Ty France that came in there during that at-bat in the 8th inning. France singled in the 10th. Schneider pinch ran for him and was cut down at home trying to score on an ensuing double from Nathan Lucas. Schneider was a 28th round draft pick. 7 seasons in the minors. He was almost released like 3 times. And he said it still doesn't feel real that he's in the big leagues. How does this feel? He's not just in the big leagues. He's at the plate with a winning run at second in a World Series game.
First pitch, really important. You got to execute. They talked about what they want to throw first pitch. Do not leave it middle in. He will be aggressive. You know the tendencies of every hitter. You know the data. Is it data or data?
Whatever one you want to pick. Potato, potato.
Okay.
Although I think it's just potato. I don't know where that one came from. 2 on, 2 out in a tie game in the 12th. Sheehan to Schneider. Lays off.
Feels like Sheehan has been out there for 60 pitches, but he's really only 32 pitches. It's just the stress factor.
Here's his 1-0. Hey! Falls in for a strike. Emmett Sheehan, a year and a half removed from Tommy John, came back and was way better than anybody envisioned he would be. This is his second major league season. Here's his 1-1. Instead, he'll step off, look back at Heineman.
Speaking of coming back from Tommy John, we talk about Shohei and his ability to do that, pitching in the game tomorrow night. Well, so is Bieber.
Blue Jays looking for that breakthrough hit. Heineman at second, pinch running for Kirk. Schneider takes strike 2 on a generous outside corner. Smith, Muncy, Teoscar Hernandez due up in the bottom of the 12th. Emmett Sheehan's 1-2 pitch. Ball.
Well, you want this to be the pitch. I know you have luxury of going to 3-2, but you don't want to go to 3-2 and get the runners a head start with 2 outs.
In the dirt, backhand Smith, who's made several important stops in extra innings.
Well, now you get that running start and a single, more than likely for sure scores the runner at second.
Arms in the outfield, all pretty good for the Dodgers. Hernandez, Pages, Hernandez. 3-2 pitch. A bouncing ball left side. Muncy has no play if it stays fair, but he takes his foot on the bag. Stretches like a first baseman for the force out. What a heads-up play from Max Muncy. They're waiting to see if they want a challenge. He was going to have no chance at first, and so he turned into a first baseman, but I think it's late.
This is a true review of the
Yeah, I was going to say, how does he not slide there? But maybe by not sliding, he ends up being safe because you worry about him going off the bag. I think it's going to definitely be safe. But wow.
And so it'll be an infield hit for Davis Schneider.
I thought his secondary lead and his inability to take off when the pitch was thrown, he just waited a little too long. It's not going to matter now, but it could have made the difference between being safe or out. You can never assume anything, but his secondary lead, look, he's got to take off. He's not even leaving.
After
That's a
review,
3-2 pitch.
is overturned. The runner is safe.
3-2 pitch, you have to run. And he didn't, so it's all moot now anyways. But
this is one of those, you had one job. You're put in there to run instead of Kirk. That is going to do it for Emmett Sheehan. And with the bases loaded in the 12th inning of a World Series game, Clayton Kershaw comes out of the Dodger bullpen. 5-5 game, top of the 12th, bases loaded with 2 outs, and the future Hall of Famer Clayton Kershaw, who has announced that this will be his last season. Part of the Dodger bullpen in this postseason. He's only pitched once. It was against the Phillies in the division series. It did not go well. He gave up 4 runs in 2 innings, and Dave Roberts was hoping to have a chance to use him in this World Series in a much different situation. He was thinking a big lead, maybe come on and close out a game that was already figured out. This is the opposite of that. And this, the 496th game of Clayton Kershaw's Hall of Fame career, the first one where he'll pitch in extra innings.
Well, I don't need to overstate how tough a position this is for him, but he's been in so many positions in his great career, you know what he wants to do.
With Nathan Lucas coming up, and in this amazing ball game, this epic setting, Clayton Kershaw ensures that, like Sandy Koufax, he will finish his career in the World Series. What will the last page say? No wiggle room. Lucas takes low. On the mound, you've got an inner circle Hall of Famer. At the plate, you've got a guy that waited a decade for his first chance in the majors. 5-5, top of the 12th. Kershaw's 1-0 is in for strike. And 2-1 instead of 1-2. Massive call from the home plate umpire, Mark Wagner.
Well, the slider didn't break. If it had broke at all, he would have caught that corner on the inside part of the plate.
And so Kershaw battling from behind, home with a 2-1. Lucas takes strike 2. 50-some thousand and a million goosebumps. 2-2 on Nathan Lucas. Clayton Kershaw delivers, and the count goes full.
Why wouldn't it? This is absolutely every scenario wrapped in one game. 3-2, bases loaded. Wow.
Nowhere to put him. Payoff pitch. Fly down the left field line, fading towards the seats and out of play. Why don't we do the 3-2 again? Dripping with drama. This game throughout. Jays have the bases loaded. Dodgers have Clayton Kershaw. 3-2 on Nathan Lucas. Fouled again.
That was a good pitch to break up the sliders that he's been throwing. Seeing the same lane.
Kershaw tries one more time. Bouncing ball to second. Edman hurries. Over to first in time. Tommy Edman. Another play on defense. And Clayton Kershaw like he's never done before. A mix of excitement and relief for Clayton Kershaw and everybody wearing Dodger blue inside this building. He's done something tonight he's never done. And if the Dodgers walk it off here, Kershaw will be the winner. Strike on Will Smith.
I mean, that's the only hitter he's going to face, it looks like.
That's it. We got Edgardo Enriquez starting to warm in the Dodger bullpen. Smith leading off. And swinging and missing. Strike 2.
I don't think Fisher throws enough of those.
Those high fastballs?
Yeah. I mean, everything he throws cuts, and he's going to spin. But when you throw breaking ball, the hitters in this league, especially on this team, they're looking for an area, and they see the spin and they time it up.
Spins it away. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Muncy, Teoscar Hernandez to follow.
We're going to show you that last at bat after this at bat and why it's so tough at this time.
Smith swings and misses for the first out of the 12.
This one you can understand why he was going to swing. Too close to call. It's a ball, but he gets it bad on it. It's this pitch right here that is way out of the zone on a 3-2 count. But again, when you're at the plate trying to make something happen, you swing at pitches you wouldn't normally swing.
How do you think his wife Ellen feels right here? Come on, Tommy, she said. And his son Charlie jumping around with mom. Dave Roberts' wife, Tricia, gives Ellen the hug. Clayton Kershaw has likely thrown the last pitch of his Hall of Fame career. Pitching change here in the bottom of the 12. Well, I know we've talked about it before, but he's up again. This game just keeps going around and around, and recalling different moments throughout World Series history. Max Muncy, Game 3, 2018, off Nathan Eovaldi. The longest game in the history of the World Series ended with a walk-off home run. And he's coming up here.
I remember that moment where I was sitting in this booth.
And Eric Lauer comes out of that Blue Jays bullpen to face him. This is a nice weapon for the Blue Jays to have right here. Not just a lefty, but should the game continue, he can give him a few innings.
He sure can. And even though his fastball is not electric, he has that sneaky late life on that fastball. They only hit 197 off of it. And he can throw with that pitch in different quadrants. That's why the radar gun doesn't always tell all the stories.
5-5 last of the 12. Max Muncy tries to join the Goose as the only guys with multiple walk-offs in the World Series. Only one pitcher left for the Blue Jays after Lauer. That's Brendan Little. They carried 8 relievers. The Dodgers have carried 9. They have 2 left. Enriquez and Klein. On an 0-1, Muncy sends a fly ball back of first, down the line. Back goes Isaiah Kiner for Leffa to make the catch. 2 gone in the 12th. Kiner for Leffa with a nifty defensive play.
You did say this guy was going to hit 2 home runs at the plate.
I forgot that was so long ago. Yeah, Teoscar Hernandez is coming off an 0 for 4 strikeout Game 2. Is 3 for 5 with a bomb in Game 3. Strike 1.
And again, the reason why, I mean, not to take it for, you know, any home run ends the game, but if you get him out, you don't have to necessarily face Ohtani in the next inning because there's 3 more hitters before him. So it's a big out.
Ball. Who blinks first? Nobody's blinking. Everybody out of the bullpen nails. No runs and extras. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Hernandez. For the Blue Jays, 5 runs on 14 hits in this game. For the Dodgers, 5 runs on 12 hits. There have been chances in extra innings, but nobody's come up with that big hit.
I know how it's going to end. How? Safety squeeze.
I mean, I think that literally is the last box to check. The 1-2 pitch. Hernandez watches it pop away. Series is tied. Game is tied. Best of 7 has become best of 5. On a 2-2, Hernandez fouls it off. We'll do it again.
Well, it's going to be a painful loss for anybody at this point. When it gets to the 12th, 13th, it's just painful because of the opportunities throughout the game that you could go to both sides and say, golly, if this would have happened, that would have been over. But for the Blue Jays, as we've talked about, what they have ahead, more important for them.
Little pop. Right side, kind of for Leffa. That's a quiet 12th inning for Eric Lauer. On to the 13th we go. Sending prayers up. Hoping Birdie can come through. Baseball gods have written quite a script for Game 3. Well, it's proof that you don't need runs to have excitement. We haven't had any since the 7th inning, but it has been loaded with tense moments. On to the 13th we go in Game 3. And a guy who wasn't even on the Championship Series roster, Edgardo Enriquez, comes on to pitch.
Really good arm, but can he throw enough strikes in a pressure situation like this?
Enriquez, who's 23 years old, out of Venezuela, pitched in the wild card round, but walked 2 guys, gave up a hit, didn't get anybody out, and has not been seen since. And boy, oh boy, he's going to have it right away because Vladimir Guerrero Jr. leads off. This is the 3rd time over the last 5 innings he's led off. He's flied to right, he's flied to center. In this game, just 1 for 5.
I know this is going to shock you. If this is a regular season, I would have already thrown my score sheet away. But I got it absolutely perfect. But here's what I'm going to predict. Because the score sheet only goes through 11 innings.
Well, you got to use those extra columns.
1, 2, 3.
You got 15 in there.
Do I have 15 in there?
And a column where you can get a ruler out and make more.
Okay.
I think we have for 20 innings on the score sheet.
Good to know. Never mind.
Okay, you got time. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. leading off this inning. Jays looking for their first run since the 7th. Both these teams are. Strike 1 from Enriquez. Edgardo Enriquez, who was mostly a catcher when the Dodgers signed him out of Venezuela.
Well, they got a knack for turning some catchers into pitchers. Isn't Klein former catcher?
He was. Kenley Jansen would be the most noteworthy example of that. Enriquez to Vlad Jr. with a 1-1. That's high for ball 2. One thing Vlad is not going to do, and that is help you out if you don't have command.
Don't miss down with that sinker. He loves it down there.
2-1. Breaking pitch, chop foul. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. has been just a joy to watch in this postseason. Everything you could hope for if you're a Blue Jay fan from your franchise player. The biggest contract in franchise history. One of the biggest in baseball history. Showing why this October. Grounding 1 to Mookie Betts. And in the 13th. Well, a long while ago, this was Bo Bichette's spot in the order. It's now Isaiah Kiner-Falefa coming to the plate, which is Will Klein left down in that Dodger bullpen. The Blue Jays have Eric Lauer pitching. He'll take them as far as he can. Probably a few innings in there for him, and they still do have Brendan Little available. 102.
Yeah, it's easy gas. It's
ball took a little off. Kiner-Falefa's got a walk and a ground out since coming off of the bench for Bichette. On a 1-1 from Henriquez. He swings and misses at the high heat. Strike 2.
Well, there hasn't been a lack of people on base. 25 people stranded. Blue Jays have left 15 on base. The Dodgers 10.
Here comes Enriquez. To strike him out. And the moment has not been too big for Edgardo Enriquez.
Ball's coming out like a ping pong ball. It looks super small when it's 102.
It's Varsho now, who struggles with the high fastball. That's where Henriquez has lived in this 13th inning. Starts him with a breaking pitch. Henriquez had not recorded an out in exactly 1 month. 2 up, 2 down in the 13th inning. The 0-1 pitch. Varsho.
Oh, got him. First base.
Got away from him.
Catcher number 55, Tyler Heineman.
So Varsho's on, and Tyler Heineman, who came into the game to pinch run for Kirk, is coming up for his first at-bat of this postseason. This is a guy who's another one of those unsung heroes for the Blue Jays during the regular year. Heineman, the last 2 years, played a total of 20 games in the majors and then proceeded to hit .289 for the Jays. Sends a fly ball to center field. No big deal for Andy Pages, who's due up third in the bottom of the 13th. Tommy Edman, Kike Hernandez, Andy Pages once again. Who wants it? Who wants to be a hero? 5-5 game to the bottom of the 13th we go in a Game 3 classic, and we welcome it back inside. I'm starting to lose my voice. I took a little painkiller here. Starting to get pain in here. Folks are saying thanks. Maybe I'll stop talking at this point. But, this game started at 5:11. It's crossed 10 o'clock local time. The last time we had a run, Ohtani's home run was at 7:54. Somebody trying to break through.
Yeah, and this is usually what happens when you get to this point. And what I mean by that is everyone's trying to be the hero and hit a home run. Right? It doesn't work that way, but something's going to give and something's going to happen, and the other team's going to be a little disappointed.
Running out of pitchers on both sides. You've got Eric Lauer here who can give them some distance, and then just one pitcher after that. Dodgers have Henriquez, who had that 1-2 or had the scoreless inning, just one base runner, and Will Klein after that. But neither one of those guys are length options. In this game, this is what we have combined. 26 men left on base. Edman, Hernandez, Pages. If it gets there, Ohtani due up fourth. Tommy Edman has made defensive play after defensive play. He's looking for his first hit, though. 0 for 5 as this game wages deep into the ninth. He may not have this chance if not for his own defense, though. Pokes one right center towards the gap. It is down. Leadoff double, Tommy Edman. Winning run in scoring position in the 13th.
Fastball away, and he just goes with it.
And they will pinch run for Tommy Edman, who's been nursing that sore ankle all year. Oh, they thought he was gonna. And now they're going to send Miguel Rojas up there. The pinch hit for Kike Hernandez. He's the Dodgers' best bunter. All right, so now Edman will lead. Or will he not? He's just getting instructions from Tommy Edman. Alex Call's been standing over there as well. But then you run into issues defensively, making sure you have the pieces in the right places if this game continues. It is subtle chaos right here. Now John Schneider's running out of the first base dugout to talk to his entire infield.
Well, it brings in that scenario I was talking about. Safety squeeze to end the game. Bunt him over, and then safety squeeze. Because Ohtani's not going to hit no matter what, so he's a non-factor.
Well, Andy Pages is the guy on deck. with Rojas at the plate here. And Alex Call has replaced Pages. Well, you got a lineup full of guys who have had their chances to end this game. None of them have been able to, and so Dave Roberts, for the first time today, dips into the bench. It's the veteran leader, Miguel Rojas. Has not had many chances in this postseason. Has delivered when he has. He squares. He bunts. Perfectly done. Winning run to third. Alex Call to the plate. He too can handle the bat.
Perfectly done. Squared around early. Used the bat as his eyesight. Got it to third base, which is what you're supposed to do. And now a predicament for the Blue Jays. I know we were somewhat joking about the safety squeeze winning the game, but it's an undefensible play. And what it's designed to do is the runner reads the hitter. The hitter squares, and if he bunts it into that Bermuda Triangle to the right side, it's very difficult, or if he bunts it down the third baseline, very difficult to defend if that's what they choose.
Call. Ball like he was going to be swinging. Took a ball. Alex Call acquired at the deadline from Washington. He said when he heard that he was going to the Dodgers, his first thought was, I'm going to win the World Series. He's got a chance to win Game 3 himself. Ball. 2 balls and no strikes. He's only been up to the plate 7 times in the playoffs. He's reached in 6 of them. Winning run 90 feet away. 2-0 to Alex Call. Pop fly, left side. Jimenez for the second.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my. And he read that boy's lips. He said they're going to walk him. And he's right.
I tell you what, though. I mean, this is the only play, obviously, but Mookie Betts, he got to hit his last time, and you know on the day that he won the Roberto Clemente Award, or got the handed out, perfect way to finish off a day that was about him.
That, by the way, will be the 7th time that Shohei Ohtani reaches base in this Game 3. The Mookie snapped an 0 for 5 today with a base hit his last time up.
Has there ever been anybody in a World Series game that has reached the base 7 times?
Can't be. But he would be the guy to fill that in.
Check that off. I think they're going to walk Mookie and pitch to Freddie. Yes, they are. That puts a lot of stress now on Lauer to throw strikes.
Well, we've been here before. Bases loaded in extra innings with Freddie Freeman coming up.
Well, the last time the Dodgers were in this situation against Philadelphia, they had a walk-off with a play that wasn't made by the pitcher on a comeback.
Ball 1. 0 room for error with a back-to-back intentional walks. The 1-0 to Freddie Freeman. Hard drive to center field. Varsho's going back. Into the track, just enough room. Somehow, some way, Eric Lauer gets out of this. A leadoff double. Nothing to show for it except for a 14th inning of a World Series classic. What a ball game this has been. That's the understatement of the night. 5-5 to the 14th inning. As Jays is tied for the second longest game in World Series history. The only one longer, the 18-inning Game 3 here in 2018. And to answer your question, yes, Shohei Ohtani is the first guy to reach base 7 times in a postseason game. Defensive changes. Things could have been dicey here for the Dodgers as Alex Call plays left field. Where it gets dicey is Tommy Edman running around in center field on that ankle that has bumped him all year. Edman has not played center field in this postseason. We've reached exactly 5 hours. The last guy in the Dodger bullpen will climb. What happens after that? Your guess is as good as mine. Miles Straw leads off, takes a ball from Henriquez. Bottom of the order here. Straw, Clement, Jimenez. Bench is empty. Strike, 1-1.
A 2-0 pitch. Obviously, the guy hadn't had a lot of reps and a lot of time at the plate, but a 2-0 pitch that pops up to the infield. It's going to be another one of those moments you look back. If it doesn't go, there's a million of those. I mean, you could do a video on missed opportunities and great plays.
And it would not be a short video.
It would not be a short video.
Yeah. Two and one on Straw. Leading off the 14th inning for the Blue Jays. And it's 2-2. Blue Jays had to wait 32 years to get back to the World Series. They're saying what's another 5 innings to figure out Game 3. If it indeed does reach its conclusion here. Script straight down from the baseball gods. From baseball heaven, this one. So many twists and turns. Fly ball center field. Tommy Edman goes back on it. Right away, getting the push off on that bad ankle. He's got it one away, down to Tom.
Well, Joe, before the game, Major League Baseball officials rubbed up 290 baseballs in preparation for this game. They've gone through 220 of those, and they're getting busy right now, getting ready with some more.
Oh, good. I thought the game was over at 290.
We're running out of balls before we're running out of pitchers.
That's a lot of baseballs.
I think everybody here tonight's going to get to take one home. Everybody's gotten a foul ball. Clement. Man, Ernie Clement, who seems like gets multiple hits every night just in regulation, just 1 for 6 today. Still up there playing with that cast on his hand, that guard on his hand. In the same game back in August, Ernie Clement broke his hand and got gashed in the foot and needed 10 stitches. Played through all that, didn't miss a day. He was a hockey player growing up in Rochester, New York. And John Schneider says quite literally a hockey player, but then figuratively speaking, still, guy's a hockey player. You just cannot shut him down. Doesn't matter the injury. Says keep me in there. Down 0-2. Ball just outside.
Good pitch, good take.
And now 1-2. Stays alive. Good pitch, then good take. And a good piece of hitting to stay alive for Clement, who was DFA'd twice. DFA'd means dumped, pretty much. He was dumped by Cleveland. He was dumped by Oakland. Came to the Blue Jays on a minor league contract. 3rd season with Toronto. A 200 hitter those couple stints with Cleveland and Oakland. He was good for his defense, but don't lose your glove, they tell him, because he didn't have much of a bat. He's hit 275 in his 3 years with the Blue Jays and 400 in his first trip to the playoffs. At least with a big roll. Another 1-2. Another foul. Took big hits throughout his life. All these guys have. This guy in particular when he was in college at Virginia. Sent the Cavaliers to the College World Series with a walk-off base hit. Out to the third, Max Muncy. Low throw, but a pick from Freeman, and there's another one of those little plays on this mess of a score sheet. You can circle and say, who knows what if had it not been made.
Oh, Freddie. Steady, Freddie.
Saved a game for them in the division series. Game 1 against the Phillies by picking a ball. That was saying safe. Freddie was saying 2 outs. Jimenez. You can start to just play back things I've already said. Here's another one of them. Will Smith will lead off next inning. Led off the 12th. Muncy and Hernandez will follow him.
You got a ruler?
I bet we can find one.
You got to make some more.
Your extra columns there.
You do have to make some more columns.
0-2. Back-to-back breaking pitches from Henriquez.
Well, this game's been unbelievable. It's been played so long. I think the Commanders on Monday Night Football are home in their bed watching the end of this game.
Henriquez, who hadn't gotten it out in a month, saws him off. Jimenez down in pain. He has no choice but to stay in this game. They don't have anybody left.
Well, they have pitchers, but you certainly don't want to have to be forced to play a pitcher.
Unless we've got to saw that leg off, Andres. Sorry, buddy.
You got them both. You don't see that very often.
All right, unless we got to saw off both legs, you got to stay in the game.
That's hard to do.
Wow. You have 2 bruises from 1 pitch. Henriquez. On the hands again. It's been impressive what he's done. Having pitched in forever, looking to give him 2 scoreless innings here.
Like he's done it 50 times.
And the Dodgers, in this very stressful ride, out of necessity, may have found a couple guys they can trust moving forward.
Yeah, he's been complete command. Didn't he lose 1 pitch and get a hit that pitch?
Yep. That's the only base runner against him.
Well, the intentional walk. That shouldn't count.
Nope. Got him! Let Garner Enriquez take a bow. Hadn't gotten it out in a month. He gets him 6 massive ones. It is Will Smith to lead things off for the Dodgers. When you come back for the bottom of the 14th. What? We are coming out of the 14th inning stretch. Separate this game into 2 parts. The first 7 innings were all 10 runs of this game scored. The last 7 innings, nada. Nothing doing. 2 bullpens that have been terrible this October. Throwing up nothing but zeros. Will Smith leads off against Eric Lauer, whose first pitch is high and away for ball 1. 1 for 4. Backdoor breaking pitch. You know, we're going to be talking about a hero offensively, but don't forget about the heroes coming out of that bullpen. We talk about the Dodgers, Dreyer and Sheehan and Sasaki and Kershaw. Had Henriquez in there. Those guys got 2 2/3 combined in the championship series, 7 scoreless tonight.
I know it's going to sound weird. Kershaw only faced 1 batter, but he was in the worst position. Like, you just can't imagine a worse scenario to come in with the bases loaded, have no room for error, know the weight of the world is on him emotionally and mentally, and he got it done.
Lauer to Smith with a 1-2. That's hit foul for the Blue Jays. Bassett, Hoffman, Fisher, and Lauer have all put up zeros. 6 innings of them since Dominguez last gave up a run. That was on Ohtani's home run. A little after 8 o'clock. 10:23 local time as Will Smith takes downstairs 2-2. It is tomorrow on the East Coast. It is tomorrow and then some in Tokyo, in Japan. That country glued to this game as well. Shane Bieber starting later today. So is Shohei Ohtani. 2-2. Foul. 5 runs on 14 hits for the Blue Jays. 5 runs on 13 hits for the Dodgers.
And if you notice, I mean, I haven't had time to go look at every one of them, but the fly ball rate goes way up in the extra innings. A lot of them fly out, pop up to second, pop up to second, fly out to 8.
Everybody trying to be that guy.
Yeah. A lot of flyouts.
Are you reading that and exploiting that as a pitcher?
Absolutely. You have to.
Nobody's left. Mary Hart's still here. Magic's still here. Jason Bateman's still here. Glad you are too. Sean Hayes still here. Another 2-2 to Will Smith. High drive. Left center. Will Smith. Oh, falls just short. Sent it in the same direction of Max Muncy's 18th inning walk-off in 2018. But it dies with the temperature dropping.
Oh, my. And he knew it. He knew it. I'm telling you, tomorrow with a little bit warmer weather that is going to be here, there's no chance that ball stays in the park.
I was just thinking it's going to be 90 tomorrow. Muncy spills out of the way, ball 1. It's down into the 60s right now, though. 65 degrees.
He crushed that ball.
Muncy looking for his first hit of this ball game. Now for Muncy, this is going to recall memories from last World Series when he went 0 for 16 in those 5 games against the Yankees. Trying to stir up better memories from 2018 when he ended it in the 18th.
Boy, it's out.
He's ahead 2-1 and a close pitch right there. That's his value to this team was never more obvious than this year. They were a different team when he was out. First with a knee injury, then an oblique. And the guy that's hit as many postseason home runs as Babe Ruth, more than anybody in Dodger history. Swings through a high fastball, and it's 2-2. A couple of scares sent into the Blue Jays.
Well, Lauer's going to have to get that breaking ball. And down. He left this one up. And you talk about getting out and getting it.
Well, what a memory the folks that are here are going to have. Game 3 of the 2025 World Series. Will Smith hit at 102 miles per hour at the optimum launch angle, and it just died.
It did.
Look, they're hopping over the railing. That's Barty. What?
The only thing we're missing really is a robbed home run.
And at this point, an actual one. You got to go back hours to find the last time one flew out of here. Oh, the long faces. Everybody's had a couple of chances to be the guy. They've taken the chance away from him as he's been walked intentionally all 3 times since the 9th. 2-2 to Muncy.
Ball.
Took it low. Right at this point, every time somebody takes a pitch, it's impressive because the urge has got to be overwhelming to end it. Hernandez waits on deck. Lauer's 3-2. He walked him. Well, Teoscar Hernandez homered back in the second inning. That was at 5:41. That's almost 5 hours ago. His third at-bat of extra innings. Small lead for Muncy. Lauer throws. Hernandez fouls it. Had one right over the heart of the plate there.
I mean, I'm not crazy about this stat, but can you imagine the chart on win probability and how fluctuations there would have been and how many different ones and peaks and valleys? And
I think sometime recently the win probability machine probably said, I quit.
Yeah, I'm done.
Lauer was able to pitch around a leadoff double last inning. He's saying, what's a one-out walk? Jays took game one of this World Series 11-4 in Toronto. Dodgers answered back with a complete game from Yamamoto. 5-1 in game two. Game three that'll stand the test of time. 0-2.
I'll tell you what I've been impressed about is the heart rate. I don't know what it is, but the outer shell of Lauer doesn't seem to be bothered much, which is what you got to have, right? You got to be able to trust your stuff and make pitches.
In the dirt. Lauer, who signed a minor league contract. So many of these guys on the Blue Jays came over on minor league deals. A third of the rosters spent part of the season in the minors. He's one of those guys. His 1-2 to Hernandez. Ball misses away.
We haven't had a double play in this game, have we?
That can't be possible, but I think you're right.
On the bingo card, that's one that isn't...
We keep hitting, man.
Been checked off.
This is like a Sunday afternoon at the Senior Citizen Center. Bingo after bingo. 2-2. Cue shot foul.
Do they have a backup organist, or is this poor guy had to do the whole game?
Dieter doesn't stop
the whole game.
His fingers just go forever. Yeah, strong fingers. Winning run at first. One out in the 14th. Teoscar Hernandez on another 2-2 pitch. Takes ball three. After Teoscar, Tommy Edman. Yes, it's back around to Tommy Edman, whose double last inning had the Dodgers looking like they were ready to finish it off. Alas, here we are. Payoff. Hernandez fouls it off. We found him. The 8th pitch. Hernandez grounds one through. Base hit center field. Once again, the winning run is in scoring position. And once Once again, Tommy Edman has his shot. What an adventure of a ball game it's been for all of us who have watched. But put yourself in Tommy Edman's shoes, who at one point felt like the GOAT, or a GOAT. His air led to a 3-run home run, and then he was 0 for 5. But in the middle of that, he was making saving defensive play after saving defensive play. This game is not still going without his defense.
For sure.
He tries to end a game that he continued multiple times. Muncy the winning run at second. First pitch. Down the line, foul. That for Teoscar Hernandez. His 4th hit of this ball game. He and Shohei Ohtani both have 4 hits. The rest of the team 6 for 39. On an 0-1. Edman pops it up. Infield fly rule in effect. Isaiah Kiner-Falefa for out number 2.
Another pop-up.
And now Rojas, who came in to sacrifice last inning. That was after Edman started that inning with a double. Rojas moved him up to third base. Perfectly done, but the Dodgers stranded him there. Here's a spot for the veteran to swing away. 36 years of age. And his 3rd season with the Dodgers, over from the Marlins. One of the behind-the-scenes leaders of this club.
Well, that's out 22 or 23. Fly ball outs by the Dodgers.
6-7, 6-7, 22, 23.
Yeah. That's a lot.
Muncy at second, the winning run. 1-0 pitch. Rojas. Grounds one left side. Clements got it. Low flow. Bounced over there, and Guerrero's got it. Intentionally done, getting it over there with not enough with his body moving away to get it all the way to Guerrero. Calmly, with savvy, sends us
Lionel Richie time.
the Lionel Richie time. And the 15th. Turning my note card into a ruler, adding columns to my score sheet because I'm out of room. We're going to the 15th inning of Game 3, tied at 5. We already had a 15-inning ball game in this postseason. It was the Mariners with a 3-2 win over the Tigers in Game 5 of the division series. Jorge Polanco ended that one. There have been 2 World Series games that have gone 15 innings. Both of them have come in this ballpark. Game 3 in 2018, Game 3 in 2025. And the last man out of the Dodger bullpen is Will Klein.
Another guy with a great arm. Electric fastball.
6'5", 230-pounder, 25 years of age. Comes home to Davis Schneider with a fastball strike. Well, he pitched in Game 1 of this World Series. It was his postseason debut. He hadn't pitched for the Dodgers in a month. He only pitched for them 14 times all year. Will Klein in his career has a 5.16 ERA. But he's the last option down there. Top of the order here. Schneider, Lucas, Guerrero. Will Klein trying to do what Henriquez did. His 0-2. Popped out. Got under it. And what Henriquez did was exceed expectations. Got 6 outs. First outs he's gotten in a month. Schneider's down on a high fastball. Statcast 3D looking at all the pitches today. Ready?
Be careful.
All 487 of them thrown by 18 different guys. Johnny, you got anything left in that right arm of yours?
No.
I mean, we joke, but you got to start wondering what the plan is after Klein. Lucas takes strike 1. Which chair throws best? High strike, and it's 0-2. And we talk about the players and their stamina in this game. Mark Wegner has called however many hundred of those pitches we just showed you.
There's been a few that the hitters have really, and that was one of them that you could see him say, wow, that's tough to hit up there.
Klein to Lucas.
Man, I'm surprised. You get a call like that, and I just am shocked on how many pitchers and catchers don't go right back up there to put more stress on the hitter.
It's overthinking.
It is. I mean, he just got a borderline pitch called for a strike.
There's the last guy for the Blue Jays. They want to even this desperation up. Brennan Little. Lucas sends it foul. Blue Jays only have one hit over the last 4+ innings. There's a single from Ty France back in the 12th. 1-2 to Lucas again. Very high. 2-2.
They also lost a lot of their regulars that were in the lineup too. Now, the one thing that probably won't happen, because all the umpires have good judgment in this, you know, if there happens to be another bad call, you can't get thrown out. If you're Toronto, you can't lose your cool.
You've been wanting to pick an argument. Now's the time, because you got plenty of leash. Tries it again. Lucas serves one to short. There's Mookie Betts. Backhand strike across, 2 away. And now Vlad Jr. No position player has ever pitched in a World Series game, and you hope that it doesn't get there. Now, what the normal protocol is in this situation is you ask your next day's starter, hey, can you go out and go early? You don't figure that's going to happen here in the case of the Dodgers because of Shohei Ohtani. Fastball at life gets a rare swing and a miss from Guerrero. For the Blue Jays, that would be Shane Bieber, who's coming off Tommy John surgery. Buckled his knees from the top of the zone, strike 2. They've used 10 pitchers in this game of World Series firsts. And it's guys you would never expect big things from. Will Klein's got to feel like he's in a weird dream right now. Ground ball up the middle, smothered by Rojas. Heck of an effort, but no shot. And a 2-out hit for Vlad Jr.
2 strikes. That's a great effort.
Inning kept alive for Kiner-Falefa. Kiner-Falefa came into this game in the 9th inning, and he's played about half of it. Strike from Klein.
This guy, I'm telling you.
I mean, both these guys, Enriquez and Klein, who have struggled with command, have come out looking cool as could be. Ball. And you can't say they got nothing to lose. They got everything to lose.
Been impressive.
The 1-1 pitch. Strike 2 on Isaiah Kiner-Falefa. Call Ohtani Betts in the bottom of the 15th inning. Kiner-Falefa trying to give him something they haven't had since the 11th. That is a guy in scoring position. Hard to put away. Doesn't hit it that hard, but he's very hard to strike out. Isaiah Kiner-Falefa, who's from Hawaii, Grew up dreaming of being the next Derek Jeter, playing for the New York Yankees, which he got to do. Second stint with the Blue Jays now. Lays off, and the count is 2-2. They signed him prior to last season. They traded him away to the Pirates last year. That's where the Blue Jays season was last year. They're trading dudes. Last place team. First place team this year, they were buyers, and they bought him back. He takes strike 3. Will Klein join the parade of relievers taking bows to the bottom of the 15th. 9-1-2 coming up. Keep those seatbelts fastened. Our drone's got to be running out of battery or gas or whatever those things run on. Bottom of the 15th. Still tied at 5. This was the score in the 7th inning. And that's where it stands still. Alex Call will lead off, then Shohei Ohtani, who has been up 3 times since the 9th inning, but has been put on intentionally in all 3 cases, and then it'd be Mookie Betts. Well, it started with Tyler Glasnow 5.5 hours ago. And then Max Scherzer. Alejandro Kirk homered back in the 4th inning. That gave him the lead. Ohtani tied it with a home run, one of his 2 in this ball game. Nothing doing since, though. Everybody wants to be the hero very clearly. We're talking with Joe Carter, World Series hero, inner circle the other night, and he said, try less to do more. And it seems like everybody's trying hard to do more. Who's the guy that just lets it happen? Alex Call takes strike 1 from Eric Lauer.
I know a lot of people didn't like the new rule for extra innings in a regular season, but it was put in play for exactly this. No game goes this far. Game ends, and obviously you can't do it in the postseason. But this is what typically happens. And you cited a couple times the 18-inning game, and that's everyone was trying to go deep. They were trying to hit the game winner.
This is only Call's second at bat of this game. He pinch hit in the 13th and popped out with a winning run 90 feet away in that case. Down 0-2. Prides himself on being a tough at bat. Stays alive, fouling off Lauer's pitch.
Didn't we set a record of foul balls the other day in Toronto? Something like that.
Most foul balls by a team in the pitch tracking era. Yeah, of a World Series.
That has to be broken.
Yeah, I think they're all broken at this point. Another 0-2 pitch. Call lays off. Nobody takes a pitch with more swag than Alex Call. Deadline pickup. I mean, that guy's got swag too. The 1-2. Ball 2. Hitting lefties has been what Call has been asked to do for a lot of his career. Missed opportunity there. So Call has been called to do a lot of his career. From the White Sox to the Nationals, a couple bottom feeders, and now trying to win a World Series with the Dodgers. 2-2. 31 years of age. He was struggling in the minor leagues. Wasn't sure that he was ever going to get a shot and said, I got to change something. And during the pandemic, he bought a portable pitching machine and just took swing after swing after swing and came back a different guy. Another 2-2. Call chops one to second. For Isaiah counter for left hook. Close play at first in time.
Wow, what was he doing?
Connor Falefa taking his time. Ooh, a slow runner.
Wow, that is a wow.
It's nice that Ohtani goes through the motions and actually walks into the batter's box. Tyler Heineman is sitting him on the backside.
Say, hey, buddy, you know the drill.
Been paying attention. The fans are getting sick of it. John Schneider says, I'm not in the business of good TV or dramatics from that man. I'm trying to extend this game. And the guy that has issued more intentional walks than any manager out there since he took over 3 years ago issues his 4th of the night to Shohei. Do we see Ohtani try to run again? We haven't since he was caught trying to steal second when they overslid the bat. That was back in the 9th. Betts takes a curve for a strike. Betts was walked intentionally as well, so that is 5 total for the game. Good ball.
We haven't had a double play, and it's almost impossible to double up Mookie unless it's just a one hopper.
Ball in the gap. You've got Ohtani's speed out in front, 1 and 2. Although you do have to wonder. They came out and looked at Ohtani dealing with something that looked like in his lower half how much of that speed he has at his disposal right now. Also seeing that he hasn't attempted a steal. Had a decent lead here. The 1-2 pitch. Betts sends one the other way for Lucas. 2 out. Ohtani exploded after tagging right there. Looked pretty fresh. Back to the bag, 2 away. Another shot coming for Freddie Freeman. His 8th time up tonight.
Well, if you like your walk-up song, tonight's your night.
Yeah, and if you don't, by tomorrow you're probably going to want a new one. Freddie lets his kids pick his. Freeman's 0 for 3 in extras. Just missed. Well, if there's anybody who is not going to try to end the game, who's going to maintain a simple swing approach, it would be him. He is the face of that approach in this era. Short, simple swing. Freddie Freeman. 36 years old, 16 years, 12 in Atlanta, 4th one with the Dodgers. Guy that Dave Roberts has said has that David Ortiz gene in the big games and the big spots. You can always trust him. Sends this ball towards left center field. Varsho on the run. He's still going. He gets there and saves the day. On to the 16th we go.
Tell you what, this March it's country over club. Aaron Judge, Bobby Witt Jr. and Cal Raleigh lead the USA into the World Baseball Classic. Watch it all here on Fox.
That assumes this game is over by then. 16th inning in a Game 3 Classic. 0 after 0 after 0. We're closing in on the 6-hour mark. Second longest game by time and by innings. You thought you were never going to do a game like that again in 2018.
Yeah. 18 innings, done 19 innings, never done 20.
Well, I don't know if we have pitching to get there, John.
May not. But the pitching has been unbelievable.
There's so many out-of-nowhere heroes coming out of the bullpen. Dalton Varsho fouls off the first pitch from Will Klein, who's one of those guys. And okay, we were talking about it. The normal procedure here is that the next day's starting pitcher would be the guy to come in. And Shane Bieber has gone down there if this game does extend.
And he's still got Little.
Right.
Which hopefully he can give you much.
Give you a lot?
A lot.
Yeah.
It's that time of night. I'm sorry.
We tried. We all appreciate it. 2-1 on Varsho. Lauer's thrown 57 pitches. Converted starter. That's getting up there. The guy who has not started in a while. Varsho smacks it sharply. Hot hands Miguel Rojas. Run away in the 16th. Well, the Dodgers have had threats. The Blue Jays really have not. They have not had a guy in scoring position since the 12th. And only one hit over the last 4 innings. One away, Tyler Heineman. Got Apple. You got any Zag nuts back there for you?
Oh, man.
Well, Tyler Heineman, we mentioned, from Southern California. He's from the Palisades, which was one of the neighborhoods, one of the small towns that was most affected by the wildfires this winter. And Tyler and a whole group of people with a charity with some friends of his did all they could to raise money for the rebuilding of the Palisades. He is the first native of the Palisades to play in the World Series. On an 0-2 from Klein.
Klein's not messing around. I mean, he is going after every hitter. Getting it done.
You know,
he doesn't need a pitch clock.
No. Running on adrenaline. Will Klein was clean shaven when Game 3 began. Tyler Heineman making him work here, fouling off a few pitches. Another 0-2. Another foul ball. Six years in the big leagues for Heineman. He's been with 5 different teams. Third stint that he's had with the Blue Jays. Sometimes you see a guy bounce around from team to team and it's like, oh, they must not like him there. But when you see that he goes back to one team 3 times, you know that it's much the opposite. This is a guy they love. One away in the 16th. Heineman takes in the dirt. Glad he's done with the apple. He is on to a fruit tray.
Yeah.
Can we get one of those delivered here? I mean, that was amazing. Watermelon, I think some pineapple in there. I try to be done eating at 5 o'clock. I know I'm also 90 years old, but I might need to eat again.
That's all I've done.
Is he? What do you got over there? You got an empty bag of pretzels.
I got a granola bar.
You got some peanuts to get in there.
Yeah, I'll tell you what's not happened. Since getting thrown out in the 10th inning, Blue Jays are 2 for their last 18.
Klein will try it again to Heineman. On his hands, sawed him off. 2 away in the 16th.
Freddie wasn't going near that.
No, not after that pop up the other day in Toronto. Look at it, glistening. I mean, I
love pineapple.
It's a great, great fruit. Watermelon, if it's good, it's good.
Yeah.
If it's not, it's not. That doesn't look like the finest watermelon, although it very well could have been at the start. Miles Straw. 2 up and 2 down for Klein in this 16th inning. As has been the case twice in extra innings, Will Smith is going to lead off the bottom of the 16th. Oh, and 2 on Straw. He catches the ball and throws it.
He is.
I mean, awesome.
Dealing.
He has a 5 ERA over 22 Major League games. Will Klein in Game 3 of the World Series. scoreless innings, and if the Dodgers can walk it off in the bottom of the 16th, Klein will win a World Series game. He said, yeah, but did you see me catch that pop-up? I did that too. Back after a word from your local Fox station. Bottom 16. 5-5, Game 3 of the World Series. October 27, 2025 is about to become the 28th here in L.A. Will Smith leads off, takes a curve that doesn't get the call from Eric Lauer, who has thrown 58 pitches. As recently as late August, Lauer threw 102 pitches in a game, but has not exceeded 50 since the start of September, moving into the bullpen. His 1-0 is on the outside corner for a strike. Will Smith thought that he had ended this game starting the 14th with a fly ball that went to the wall. And you can understand why he thought he had ended it. You look at the details of the data/data. We still haven't decided which one of those that is. 102 miles per hour off of the bat at the launch angle that it was at. That's happened 46 times in baseball this year. 22 for 46, 21 of the 22 hits, home runs.
Yeah.
Five walk-off home runs in his career. Will Smith swings and misses, and he's the first out of the 16th inning. Let's go down to Tom Verducci.
Joe, I spoke with manager Dave Roberts, asked him about his pitching situation. He said if this game continues, Will Klein will go back out there for next inning. I said, what about after that? He said, I don't know. It'll be a position player, but I don't know which one.
Wow. Something that has never happened in a World Series game. Max Muncy. Dodgers looking for somebody to rescue him from that. High strike. And at this point, Mark Wegner losing his edge.
Yeah.
No 1-2 on Muncy. Looking for his first hit. Brandon Little's ready to go. Bieber's getting there. 0-2 on Muncy. Here it comes. Ball. It's outside. How far along does Bieber have to go in what he's doing right here where it affects tomorrow?
Nothing until he gets on the mound.
Okay.
Yeah. He'd have to get really warmed up and hot.
And so that makes that a really big decision for John Schneider just to pull the trigger on getting him warm.
Yeah, and that would have to be after a little pitch, I would think. Again, another situation where a borderline call and the pitcher hasn't gone back up there to threaten and chase the pitch above the zone.
Kenny?
Joe, the Blue Jays are in a better position with their pitching than the Dodgers. John Schneider said that they're going batter to batter with Eric Lauer. After that, it would be Brendan Little for probably a couple of innings. Shane Bieber is there if we go, I don't know, 19, 20, 21.
Okay. Another 2-2 to Muncy. Got him swinging. 2 gone in the 16th. And as he goes batter to batter, Lauer has gone back-to-back K.
Listen, there's going to be a ton of MVP-type candidates in this game with whatever team wins. But no bigger one for the Blue Jays than this young man and what he's done. I mean, it's incredible to be out there this long and pitch this many innings with what's at stake.
Hernandez drives one in the air to center field. Varsho's going back, and again it dies on the track. It's another Dodger hitter who thought he had ended the game. Teoscar Hernandez held that bat up, ready to celebrate. Instead, to the 17th, just when you think you don't know nothing. for the 17th inning.
This is when you have all your friends who are in broadcasting that are wishing you for another 5 innings. And be careful what you wish for when you're calling your next game.
Will Klein has never gone more than 2 innings in his major league career. And in a game that had 10 runs combined over the first 7 innings, we've played a complete game of nothing baseball now. It was 5-5 after 7. It's still 5-5 in the 17th as Ernie Clement leads off for Toronto. Lifts one to center field. Tommy Edmonds been pretty uneventful since going out there. And hey, so we saw another ball die on the warning track. To give you the context on that one, balls hit like that, that speed, that angle. 43 for 62 this year, 32 home runs. Dead air, dead bats. Pitcher's delight. Ball on Jimenez. We talk about Lauer being a hero for the Blue Jays. How about Edgardo Henriquez and Will Klein for the Dodgers? Guys that weren't even on the team coming into this World Series throughout the postseason. They've combined 4 1/3, no runs, only 1 hit. Two and 1 on Jimenez. And again, the bullpens are the problem with these two teams. Yeah, everybody digging deep, changing that narrative tonight, giving their best.
This guy, I'm impressed. Former catcher or not, he is in the moment.
Here's his 2-2.
Well, we saw Jimenez in Seattle, 2 unexpected 2-run homers when he was trying to get the runner over. If there's ever a time to sell out for a fastball, it's coming 3-2. And if he happens to throw you Uncle Charlie, oh well.
There was the fastball, and it was by him. Fourth strikeout for Will Klein in 2 2/3 scoreless innings. You said the other day when he came in and pitched in game 1 in mop-up duty, who was that?
Oh, I love the arm, right? And now you can love everything about what he's doing here.
David Schneider, strike 1. I mean, that 98 to the knees, okay.
And taking 3 seconds to get ready to throw the next pitch.
Smiling, Will. This is real.
Is it real?
It is real. To the bottom of the 17th. What a night. Two games within one. Game 3 of the World Series. Series tied up at a game apiece, and these teams just want to stay that way. Nobody's breaking the tie. To the bottom of the 17th we go. Moments ago, Will Ayrton, the interpreter for the 3 Japanese players on the Dodger team, talking to Mark Pryor. And you figure that'd be Ohtani, right? But maybe not, Tom Verducci. Who's he talking about?
Well, just when you thought we couldn't get any more intrigue, Yoshinobu Yamamoto, yes, who threw a complete game in game 2, went up to Mark Pryor during that last half inning and essentially volunteered to pitch in this game. There was a conversation between Will Ayrton, Mark Pryor, and Dave Roberts about his availability. Dave Roberts told me he isn't maybe. He is in play right now. He's back, loosening up. Whether he's in or not, we don't know, but he is in play.
Did you think it was possible to like Yoshinobu Yamamoto more than you already did?
Oh, man.
Brandon Little comes in, last man down there for the Jays. Ball 1 on Tommy Edman. So the book closed on Eric Lauer. 4 2/3 scoreless innings. And now Little. Swing and a miss. Little's looking for a bounce back outing right here. Last time he pitched was in Seattle, and it did not go well. Melted down in Game 5. 9 base runners in 3 innings now in the postseason after his struggles there. Ahead of Tommy Edman, 1-2.
Sometimes you learn from situations. You're either going to learn from it or hide from it. You learn from it when it goes too fast and your heart's racing and you get a little bit outside of yourself. You then figure out how and what you're going to do next time you're in that situation. Well, he's in that situation right now.
29-year-old left-hander with a 1-2 to Tommy Edman. Got him for the first out of the 17th. And those flyouts have become strikeouts. 3 of the last 4 hitters down on strikes.
Nasty pitch right here.
Dodgers have struck out 13 times in this game. The Blue Jays have struck out 15. With 1 away, it's Rojas. Sacrifice bunt and a ground out. Number 72, Miguel Rojas wears throwback to his first time with the Dodgers 12 years ago. Put it back on this year. He said he's trying to tap into that youth. Now 36 years of age, his 13th major league year. It was just a short time that he was with LA when he broke in. One of his first games in the majors preserved the no-hitter for Clayton Kershaw with a spectacular play at third base. Went to the Marlins, back to LA a few years ago. Ball. Little sticking with the breaking stuff. Rally something. We're inventing scarf rally items. Rally scarf, but used in a really interesting way. The 1-2 pitch. Ball. Away for ball 2. Call is on deck. He's the 9-hitter. Then it's Ohtani. Ohtani's got 4 hits. Tasker Hernandez has 4 hits. The rest of the team 6 combined. On 2-2. Rojas. Strikes 1 on the ground to short. Jimenez. Round number 2.
You know what I want to see? I want to see what John Snyder's going to do if this next hitter gets out on the leadoff batter. We haven't seen him lead off. Would he walk the leadoff hitter, meaning with nobody out?
I'm going to say he would.
You think so?
Yeah.
That's an interest. That would be. I mean, I could see walking him here if this hitter got on. No brainer, but. Tune in. Stick in there.
Stick in there. It's almost morning time in Toronto. Alex Call, 2 away. Ball. 2:20 on the East Coast. A game that started at 5 o'clock here in Los Angeles. It's 11:21 Pacific. And Alex Call, who came into this game partway through for Andy Pages, looking for his first hit. He's got speed, thinking 2 out of the box. Throws on the brakes as Varsho guns it in.
Under no circumstances could he ever go to second. Just in case.
Just in case.
With Shohei on deck.
So now they got to pitch to him. Sort of.
Right? Kinda, yeah.
It's the first time that they've been quote-unquote forced to do this. Ohtani's been up 4 times in extra innings, or 4 times back to the 9th inning, and he's been put on intentionally every time. Reason being, first base was open every time.
Well, maybe you're thinking, it's been a while since he's gotten to swing the bat, right? When he did swing the bat, electricity. that one is the one I think got him locked in for the game. That was up and in. Everything else has been out over the plate, which allowed him to stay on the ball and go the other way the last 2 hits, the double in the gap and the homer right there.
Ohtani going to get a chance in the 17th inning for the first time in extras. And you can tell that he's eager to make up for lost time, but he checks his swing and a ball in the dirt. He has reached base 8 times tonight. That's a good series for some guys. Ball 2. Man, these fans have been awesome too.
They have. He's got one more pitch to make to him to either get back in the count or then he won't throw another pitch and they'll walk him.
Ball. So now you're putting up 4 fingers, not dealing with it. This would be the intentional, unintentional walk right here. You wouldn't figure he's going to try to battle back in there. And he doesn't. It's a 4-pitch walk to Ohtani, a 5th consecutive walk for him. The game keeps on funneling to Mookie Betts, who one more time has a chance to end it.
How many 2-out, nobody on situations get this tense before somebody finally breaks through with that 2-out hit?
Batting for the Dodgers, the shortstop.
Been a lot of them. More for the Dodgers than for the Blue Jays in these last 5 innings.
Betts. Ball. Takes a ball. Identical lines with 5 runs, 15 hits, both sides. Identical in the win column in this World Series. A game apiece. On the 1-0 pitch, Betts jumps out of the way. Ball 2. The winner of Game 3 in a 1-1 series has gone on to win the World Series 70% of the time. It's more than just a fun, epic ball game that folks will talk about. The outcome of this game could send this in the direction of one of the winner. 2-0 pitch. Betts swings and misses.
That's a rare one for Betts to go that far out of the zone. Little did not give in through the pitch that looked like might be a strike, but ended up nowhere near it.
Two and 2. Little a strike away from getting this to the 18th and matching the longest World Series game ever. Alex Call, the winning run at second. The arms in the outfield are not great. Particularly in center, Varsho, coming off of that shoulder surgery, has had the weakest arm in the majors. Lays off and the count is full. 3 balls and 2 strikes, 2 gone, 17th inning. Now forget about those arms in the outfield. A base hit. Good night. Down the line and foul.
It's going to, I mean, you have to hit it over his head. He's standing on the line. Clement's not going to allow a ball down the line to get by him unless it's over his head.
Brendan Little, the 8th and final reliever in this game for the Blue Jays. Call the winning run at second. Another 3-2 to Mookie Betts. Fouls it off. We'll do it again. They say everybody clap your hands. They're saying our hands are raw. Been clapping all day. 6.5 hours into this epic. 11:28 in Los Angeles. Mookie Betts pops it up for Vlad Guerrero Jr. He's got it. And Game 3 in 2018 has company. Game 3 in 2025. 18 innings.
There'll be sun. Just thinking about tomorrow clears away the cobwebs.
John, we're running out of room on the screen here. We're going to have to shrink the font on this line score. On to the 18th inning, tied for the longest World Series game ever.
It's been amazing, and what's been even more amazing is that guy. No time to be tired now.
Will Klein, who was not on the roster until this World Series, you saw his name the day of Game 1 on the roster. It was like, wow, okay, Will Klein forgot that he was in the organization. Shane Bieber's got the glove in the hand. A key decision for John Schneider to make. When does he decide to have his Game 4 starter warm for Game 3? 2, 3, and 4 for the Blue Jays. Struck one on Nathan Lucas. Lucas 1 for 7. I usually look down at my score sheet to tell you what a guy is. Now that's getting really hard to do, so I'm just reading the graphic. Thank goodness our graphics department, aces, know I can trust it. Caught it first by Freddie Freeman, who is hugging the line. Going to be Freeman to lead off the bottom of the 18th, by the way. You know who's due up third is Max Muncy in the 18th inning.
What you're saying is
there's a chance. Freddie Freeman catches. Jason Bateman. It's a nice play. Guerrero with one away.
Ball. I mean, 75 to 76% strikes this guy's throwing. I mean, it's impressive. Yeah, there's a couple hitters that are no longer in that lineup for Toronto.
Hey, guess what? They got fruit, but so do we, folks.
Yes, we do.
Ask and you shall receive. We got the most beautiful fruit tray you could ever imagine delivered here.
This is clutch.
Pineapple, some fruit I don't even know what it is. It's so exotic. Klein's 1-1. Guerrero takes inside, ball 2. I just had a buddy text me, what is Fox's policy on in-booth whiskeys at this point? Ball. I think we draw the line at the fruit. Oh my goodness. I'll toast to that. Yoshinobu Yamamoto, 2 days after a complete game, has volunteered to pitch for the Dodgers. That's a walk for Vlad Jr. This is unbelievable.
Well, why not? I mean, everything else we could think of is happening. I'm not even going to add. I'm going to ask Rick how many walks that is for tonight's game.
I'm going to try to beat Rick.
18?
Can never beat Rick. 18.
18 walks.
First one from Clark. This is inside. Vlad Jr.'s on for the 4th time in this game. 2 of those walks. He has 2 hits. And now Kiner Falefa came in for Bo Bichette. Bichette played the first 8 innings, 9 innings of this game. Kiner Falefa replaced him, and he's played a full game of his own.
this is where that electric fastball still at 96, but has lost a little bit of its juice. Of course, beating hitters for most of the game.
Short could be 2. 6, 4, 3. No, it's late. Kiner-Falefa hustles to keep the inning going.
Would have been the first double play.
Dodgers going to challenge.
This is a crew chief review. Save call at first base.
Replay review is presented by Zoom, which is what Kiner-Falefa did to make this a bang-bang play.
He's going to be out. We're going to check off that double play on our bingo card.
Whew. Took 18 innings.
It's close. You see the flap. That looks like a shoe, but it's not the shin guard or protector.
So that part where I yelled 6-4-3 and then had to look like an idiot and say never mind, I actually retract the part where I retracted. I think it should stand up. It's probably gonna. I knew I felt good punching that double play call. Freddie Freeman standing over there waiting to lead things off in the 18th inning, and I have officially run out of room on this score sheet. So if it does go, I got room for this 18th. If it does go on beyond that, it goes to where we've never gone.
Yeah.
That is a 19th inning of a World Series game, and it goes to a new score sheet.
That'll be indisputable to overturn it.
You think it is?
The shin guard thing messes you up.
After review, the call in the field stands.
Wow.
The runner is safe.
Yeah.
So, Kiner-Falefa keeps this inning going. And
can he steal second?
Short of the boogie.
What do you think?
He can try. He just showed that he's got good speed. There have been a couple runners in motion, but I don't think there's been an official attempt by the Blue Jays, which means they've attempted just one the entire playoffs. Varsho takes in the dirt. Smith keeps it close down to first.
Well, the threat of it obviously will make the pitcher speed up to go to home to effectively change the trajectory of his pitch, right? That's what you're hoping for. You're hoping for a threat of it. And then the hitter gets to benefit from the pitcher rushing or trying to be quick to home plate.
Not going. High pop up. Backing out of play. 1 ball, 1 strike on Varsho. Has enough power to hit it out of here, although the couple fly balls we've seen in this game, it's going to take extra strength, extra big man power to get it out.
Down the line, maybe.
Temperatures dip down to 63. The day that awaits has a high of 90. Day that's 22 minutes away. Ball just downstairs and ball 2. The most pitches that Will Klein threw this year was 36. This will be his 60th. Heroic Game 3 effort out of the pen for Klein. One guy after another fulfilling that role. Need a lot of capes for this Game 3. Never gone more than 2 innings in his 22 games in the major leagues, and out away from going 4. His 2-2 to Varsho.
I'm kind of chuckling. I've been here before. 18.
Does it feel like a weird dream for you?
Yeah.
Groundhog's Day. 2-2 again. And a jam shot foul. 2 games in World Series history. The century plus of World Series. Over 700 games. Only 2 of them have gone to the 18th inning. They've both been game 3. They've both been right here. Dodger Stadium. Epic stuff. Another 2-2 from Will Klein. Ball. Good take from Varsho. Now the go-ahead run at first gets a head start. There he goes. Here it comes. Popped up. And there's the 1 billionth souvenir of the game. Some people have a few of them by now. The last drops in the tank. 9th pitch coming to Varsho as he tries to finish off a 4th inning of work. Oh, there'll be a 10th. Uh-oh.
Oh, man, I'll tell you what.
Smith in some pain right there. They do have their backup catcher available. Ben Warthat. Dodgers have 3 guys left on the bench still. Warthat, Kim, and Dean.
That might be the only 3 guys that take BP tomorrow.
It's off of the left wrist of Will Smith. Hey, part of him coming alive these last few days has been how fresh he's felt. All that time off with a hand injury. Never too safe, never too comfy as a catcher. Ball, check swing, ball 4. Back to back walks right here. Or 2 out of the last 3 walks. And Klein's looking over there at Dave Roberts saying, I'm good. As Tyler Heineman comes up. Agonizing decision here for Dave Roberts. I mean, you've got Will Klein, twice as many innings as he's ever thrown in a big league game. Mark says, Doc, he's ready. How could he possibly be? But Yoshinobu Yamamoto says that he is. The decision for Dave Roberts is Will Klein to continue. Twice as many innings, twice as many pitches as he's ever done.
Are you asking?
I'm just throwing out there the option.
No, you said Will Klein continue.
The answer is yes. You got off the jokes, man. We get late night World Series television. Johnny on the spot. 2 on, 2 out. Tyler Heineman, the backup catcher. Strike 1. And Klein looked over there and said, I'm fine, and then flamed 97 into the strike zone.
Yeah.
Games like this, a lot of times you find unlikely heroes. Dipping deep onto the list here with Heineman at the plate. Ball. Heineman came in to pinch run for Alejandro Kirk. That was in the 12th. First postseason appearance for Heineman.
One of the dugouts is going to explode right here. It's either going to be the Dodgers and the heroic effort that you just mentioned, or it's going to be the Blue Jays with a hit.
Klein's 1-1. In the dirt. Kicks away from Smith, and they're at second and third with 2 out. This is the first time the Blue Jays have had a runner in scoring position since the 12th inning. That's how good Will Klein has been. 4 innings from him you never would have seen coming. After 2 innings from Edgardo Enriquez that were perfect, that you never would have saw coming. So many guys making names for themselves tonight. We need a shoe scraper.
Nothing worse than that. Meaning getting mud caked in those spikes. It's like wearing ice skates. See how it's all caked right there. And he can't. Let somebody else do it. That's not an easy job for a pitcher who's already gassed.
Good job, Brandon. You got your own World Series moment. And Will Klein, how do you not love this guy? Going out here and doing what he's never done, what nobody's expecting him to do, and smiling all the while. 2 balls and a strike on Tyler Heineman. Klein comes home. Ball 3. Remember, this inning was a half-inch away from ending on a double play.
Exactly right. That's just what we're saying. Just 2 outs, innocent, man on first. Could have been nobody on. Inning over.
IKF now over there at third as the 3-1 comes home and catches the inside corner, strike 2. '72nd pitch for a guy who had never thrown more than 30. Unbelievable stuff from Will Klein. They'll talk about his name forever. It doesn't matter what he does the rest of his life. The name Will Klein is going to live on. This game does. To the bottom of the 18th.
Me about Will Klein, I'd sign him to a 4-year contract right now. just
a year for every inning.
Give him what he needs.
Freddie Freeman pulls one down the line. Foul. This game continues. Bottom of the 18th inning. Will Klein comes off to a hero's reception. Just amazing stuff. A guy that wasn't even on the roster until a couple days ago.
Oh, that's unbelievable.
Little stays in for the Jays. Well, he's the only reliever they have left. Shane Bieber is down there moving around, is yet to begin throwing. Freddie Freeman 0 for 4 in extras, 1 for 6 on the night. The 1-1 pitch. Outside for ball 2. If it goes to the 19th, it'll be Yamamoto. The 2-1. Ball 3. If it goes to the 19th, it'll go where no World Series game has ever gone. On a 3-1, Freeman takes strike 2. .1150 in Los Angeles. Freeman sends a fly ball to center field. Varsho's going back before the clock strikes midnight. Freddie Freeman has ended it. It's a repeat hero with the last word on a Game 3 classic. It takes 6 hours and 39 minutes. It takes 18 innings to end the longest game in World Series history. It takes 4 scoreless innings from Will Klein, one of a number of heroes in this game, but in the end, the ultimate hero is a familiar one, and he's with Ken Rosenthal.
Thanks, Joe. Freddie, walk-off grand slam, game 1 last year, walk-off in game 3 this year.
Yeah.
This was an epic game.
Yeah, I know.
What was it like to be a part of it?
Oh, my. It took a little long. This one took a little longer, but this game was incredible. Our bullpen was absolutely incredible, so thank you. Yeah, no, Will Klein, absolutely incredible.
So many heroes in this game. For you, when Kershaw came out of the bullpen in the 12th, bases loaded, what was that like?
That was awesome. His first pitch was 89, his slider. I was like, oh, baby, we got old vintage Clayton back. Coming to the biggest spot like that, no better person you want on the mound than Clayton Kershaw.
You thought you had one hit out earlier in this game. Were you sure about the one you hit out here?
I was not sure, just because of the other couple. My swings were getting better and better as the game was going on, so I'm just glad I was able to get the opportunity again.
What were your emotions like circling the bases?
Oh, my gosh. Just pure excitement. When you grind and fight, and our bullpen and our pitching staff did what they did, to have that go 6 hours and 40 minutes or so, that's as good as it gets.
Freddie, thanks a lot. Now over to Tom Verducci.
Well, thanks, Ken. Shohei Ohtani, you have given baseball over the years a galaxy of great moments and great games. But this one, the first player in 119 years with 4 extra base hits in the World Series, on base 9 times. Where does this one rank for you among the most meaningful games of your career?
個人的な記録になりますけども、119年ぶりの記録というところで、個人的には今この成し遂げたのはどこにランクされてますか？
いや、もう勝ったのが全てかなと思うので、今日ね、こう自分のプレーっていうのは後からこう振り返ればいいのかなと思うので、今日はもう切り替えて明日の登板に向けたいなと思ってます。
What matters the most is we won, and what I accomplished today is it's in the context of this game, and what matters the most is we flip the page and play the next game.
The next game. I will remind you, you are the starting pitcher in the next game. We saw Dave Roberts, your manager, check on you in the 11th inning. How do you feel, and how will you feel tomorrow?
今日の試合の展開っていうところもあって、明日の状態、投げることに関してどう思いますか？
もう早く帰って寝て明日に備えたいです。
I want to go to sleep as soon as possible so I can get ready.
Rest well. Thank you so much, Shohei.
Thank you.
Back to you, Joe.
An absolute epic it was, and you know what? There were so many close moments for the Dodgers, a lot more than Toronto, and they finally got that ball to go over the wall that was so close a few times previous. Because tonight's game ended in a walk-off, Capital One will donate an additional $10,000 to the Jackie Robinson Foundation as part of the Capital One walk-off program. It's the second time Freddie Freeman has done that in the World Series. And today, Capital One has donated more than $1 million to support its programs and initiatives. Just before the clock strikes midnight, the Dodgers take a 2-1 series lead with an 18-inning win in Game 3. Unreal. That's as good of a ball game that you're ever going to watch. On the championship stage, no less. Clayton Kershaw had his part. The Hall of Famer came out of the bullpen and kept it going. In the end, it was the same guy. So many heroes in the game, but the one that stands up in bold once again, Freddie Freeman. Strauss Postgame Show, KB and the guys, is coming up after the break.
Welcome to the MLB on Fox postgame show presented by Strauss Workwear. Wow, 18 innings. What did he do tonight? Game 3, Freddie Freeman. He did that 7 years years ago in Game 3 of the 2018 World Series, Max Muncy hit the walk-off in the 18th inning at Dodger Stadium. And tonight, Freddie Freeman did it a year after he was the hero in Game 1. Now he is in Game 3, and the Dodgers claim a 2-1 World Series lead at a game that seemed like it might never end. But Freeman gives the Dodgers the edge. Holy cow, what a game. Welcome to the post-game show. Down the third baseline is where we are. Good to see you. Derek Jeter, David Ortiz, Alex Rodriguez. I'm Kevin Burkhardt. What did we just watch for the last 7 hours?
I have no idea. I mean, what an incredible game. Look, over 600 pitches. The four of us are here fatigued. Imagine how those guys feel. But look, the bullpen came in as the perceived weakness of this Dodger team. They were heroic. Obviously, Ohtani on base 9 times, and Freeman do what Freeman does.
It was, look, we saw a little bit of everything. Some of it you forgot because it happened 6 hours ago. We saw good defense, bad defense. We saw Ohtani getting on base 9 times, like you said. We saw missed opportunities. We saw great pitching. Everything you'd want to see in a baseball game, we saw it tonight.
We saw 2 games in 1, guys.
We did.
2 games in 1. Offense, defense, pitching. I mean, it seems like even the Dodgers being the team as a favorite, it seems like the Blue Jays are putting up with the fight. It was a great game tonight. Everybody bring their best to the table, but man, then Dodgers, they got always some way. They always found a way to hurt you.
Last year, after the Freeman grand slam in Game 1, it felt like, even though it's Game 1, boy, that's a tough thing to come back from the Yankees. They obviously didn't come back from it. This is a tough one to come back from if you're the Blue Jays. How do they come back from it?
So tough. I mean, we talked about it after Game 1, that sometimes you lose a blowout, and it's so much easier to delete, move on to the next day. Mookie Betts said it in his postgame. But yeah, I thought coming into this game, and we were talking a little bit in the green room, that I thought the Blue Jays, the Dodgers could afford to lose a game like this much more because of their experience, their pedigree. This was a Mike Tyson uppercut, and this is going to be very tough. But look, they've done it all year, but this is a tough one.
This is a heartbreaker. I mean, this is one of these games that if you end up losing this series, you're going to look back on it and say, if we would have only won Game 3. Both teams had their opportunities. But look, that's the mark of a champion. They figure out a way to get it done. Even though, like we said, they left a lot of runners on base, they got it done, and that's what they do.
They usually do in a wild circumstance. Shohei Ohtani, who breaks the all-time record on base 9 times and is pitching in, like, I don't know, a few hours, which is wild. Game 4 of the World Series back here in L.A. Tonight, actually. It's all tonight, no matter what coast you're on. Coverage begins at 7 Eastern with the pregame show right here on Fox. We can't wait. All right, stay tuned for your late local news, and I mean late on Fox. Meanwhile, continuing post-game coverage of the World Series, including guests, interviews. Dave Roberts will join us, manager of the Dodgers. A lot more to do on FS1 right now, so turn the channel to FS1. See you.
Channel 219, people, let's go.
Akayoni mentario, akayoni melulure. Ikazeta hedekiwe, ikalolo rege bikilo. Akayoni mentario, akayoni melulure. Ikazeta hedekiwe, ikalolo rege bikilo. Ese no selu ni me, esele no selu ni me. Ona selu ni me dago, alise binamu. Ese no selu ni me, esele no selu ni me. On a boss any meda sulu, always any meda kishan. Wave your hands so, raise your voice so, praise the Lord. My God is good. Raise your voice so, wave your hands so, thank your God. My God is good. No be say I too much, no be say na me pray fast. My God, he love me for no reason. No be say me I too good. No be say na me pray fast. I swear down. My God, he love me for no reason. They say God bless you do juju. I tell them say no be juju. My God, he pass juju. If you like it, go ask up and no juju. say God bless you, do juju. I tell them say no be juju. My God, he pass juju. If you like it, go ask up, ya know you. Idiot. Wave your hands, so raise your voice, so praise the Lord. My God is good, raise your voice, so wave your hands, so thank your God. My God is good. Akayoni melulure, ikazeta redekiwe, ikalulu rege bikilo. Akayoni metare, akayoni melulure, ikazeta redekiwe, ikalulu rege bikilo. Ese no salunima, esele no salunima, onazele ni medago, olise mi no mu. Ese no salunima. Esele no salunima, on a boss any meta silo, always any meta kishan. Wave your hands, so raise your voice, so praise the Lord. My God is good. Raise your voice, so wave your hands, so thank your God. My God is good.
I never make, you know it's complete finish my ear.
Есть минуты, когда не тревожит роковая нас жизни гроза. Кто-то на плечи руки положит, кто-то ясно Есть в напевах твоих сокровенных роковая о гибели весть. Есть проклятие заветов священных, поругание счастья есть. И такая влекущая сила, что готов я твердить за молвой, будто ангелов ты не сводила, соблазняя своей красотой. Смеешься над верой, над тобой загорается вдруг тот неяркий пурпурово-серый и когда-то мной виденный круг. Зла добрали, ты вся не отсюда, мудрено про тебя говорят. Для иных ты и муза, и чудо, для меня ты мучение и ад. Я не знаю, зачем на свете в час, когда уже не было сил, не погиб я, но лик твой заметил и твоих утешений просил. Я хотел, чтоб мы были врагами, так за что ж подарила мне ты лук с цветами и твердь со звездами, все проклятие своей красоты.
Я любил, и я изведал безумных нелюбовных мук, и поражения, и победы, и имя враг, и слово друг. Их было много, что я знаю, воспоминая тени сна. Я только странно повторяю имена. Их было много, но одною чертой соединил их я, одной безумной красотою, чье имя страсть и жизнь моя. Страсти таинства свершая и поднимаясь над землей, я видел, как идет другая на ложе страсти роковой. И те же ласки, те же речи, постылый трепет жадных уст, прилегавшиеся плечи. Мир бесстрастен, чист и пуст. И наполняя грудь весельем с вершины самых снежных скал, я шлю лавину тем ущельям, где я любил и целовал.
Дальше самых снежных скал я шлю лавину тем ущельям, где я любил и целовал.
Ночь, тихо ждущее утра, над белым запушенным садом, и небо книгу между книг найдешь в душе опустошенной. Вновь образ матери склоненной, и в этот несравненный миг узоры на стекле фонарном, мороз, оледенивший кровь, твоя холодная любовь. Найдешь в душе опустошенной вновь образ матери склоненный, и в этот несравненный миг узоры на стекле фонарном, мороз, оледенивший кровь, твоя холодная любовь. Все вспыхнет в сердце благодарном, ты все благословишь тогда, поняв, что жизнь безмерна боли, чем квантум сатисбран до воли, а мир прекрасен, как всегда. Твоя холодная любовь. Твоя холодная любовь. Все вспыхнет в сердце благодарно, ты все благословишь тогда, поняв, что жизнь безмерна боли, чем квантум сатисбран до воли, а мир прекрасен, как всегда. А мир прекрасен, как всегда. А мир прекрасен, как всегда. А мир прекрасен, как всегда.